T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Good morning. Danny, congrats on being first, and thank you for the song recognition. But Donkey Kong says there might be a game theory in Crazy Rich Asians you might find interesting. It has to do with knowing your opponent's mentality. I'm gonna give you admin rights, and maybe you can just post it to me. It'll be quicker for me than searching it. All right, Danny, it sounds good. We'll have to play that one of these days. 2 weeks. All hail 2 weeks. Oh, we're not worthy. We're not worthy. Oh, I feel like you've been waiting to say that for a long time. Nosa, good morning. Let's see, I'm gonna go through a list here. I'm just gonna say good morning to everybody. Benaki Kong, Danny, good morning. Sandy, good morning. Joe, good morning. JP, Joe came to my rescue last night on Twitter. Appreciate it, man. I saw it. JP, good morning. Um, Keto, good morning. Kim, good morning. Uh, Tim told me about his situation, and I'm just gonna say that sucks. But at least he's got somebody looking out for him. Nosa, good morning, and let's see, Headstock Harem, good morning. Good morning to all of you. Steve, good morning. Salty Dog, good morning. I have nothing else to talk about right now. Just kidding. The search for which hedge fund folded. So, do you remember how that's the title for today? Do you remember how I was telling you guys that in the off exchange that the percentage that we've been seeing traded through the quote unquote dark pools or off exchange has dipped about 5%. And I suggested that there was probably a hedge fund, at least one. Well, actually, it doesn't have to be a hedge fund. It could be a long institution as well. So there's either some long institutions or some type of institution that's no longer trading in the dark pools because we've noticed about a 5% decrease in dark pool activity. Um, I don't think that that's a negative thing. I think that's actually a positive thing. That's one less player in the institutions to hide price discovery, which is great. That's great for us. Absolutely wonderful. We'll take it. So the question is who? Who's gone? There's been some recent mumblings, and oh, by the way, for those of you who don't recall, this started about last week, sometime around middle of last week. It may have even been. Let me see. Let me look at the dates here. It may have been about Thursday, perhaps, maybe Friday, Thursday or Friday. I'd have to go back in the videos and watch, but um, the search is on. The search is on to find out who it is, who dropped out, who's gone. And normally, Fintel takes a really long time to find out that kind of information, especially since we are in Q1. That would put us into like mid-May before we would find out any kind of information or reporting, mandatory reporting uh, in Fintel. So the question is there someplace else that we can find out the information to see who's gone? And I'm going to stand by this. I really do believe that there's somebody who's gone now. Again, it could be long institutions because it would be anybody who would trade through a dark pool or an off exchange. There's lots of them out there to trade through. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a hedge fund. It could be a long institutional broker as well. So the question is who though? There has been mumblings, like I said, that Melvin Capital had some type of margin calls that occurred. as of, I think it was yesterday, and that they were liquidating some of their larger positions. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is over. It just means that they had to meet margin requirements, which would mean that they would have to liquidate until they got to the point to where they met margin requirements, which means that they can still hold their short positions. They just have to sell off some of their long positions, which could be part of the reason why we've seen so much movement in the market as of late and so much volatility. So who is it? I don't know the answer. I don't. We're searching. The search is on. Who's going to find out who it was first, and where are we going to find out from? I have a feeling that it could be found out through a Bloomberg terminal. If you know who the key players are, or if you know who the players period are from the past, and then just kind of seeing who's in there still would probably dig out the answer. I don't have access to a Bloomberg terminal. I'm not paying for it. I would if I had the money, but I don't have the money right now. So, but I would definitely be digging into this if I had the access. Um, no problem, Donkey Kong. I can look it up. Not a problem. And don't feel offended that I just took away your admin rights. It's for your own good. Ask my mom, and ask Crazy, and ask. I think there was 3 people. I forgot who the other one was. Um, oh, you know what? I think I just what's really odd is that I feel like I just saw this game theory video not too long ago. Hmm. Interesting. I'll have to give this. I'm gonna give this a watch on my break, just to look it through first before I put it on here. Casey, have you seen how B bit? Oh, how? Okay, it's your. That's not like a ticker that you. I'm trying to decide if you were saying big or if you were trying to give me some kind of ticker with too many eyes in it. BBIG. I was like, is that supposed to be BBIG? And then just, it's big. How big? Uh-oh, my dog's whining. He must see a rabbit. Have you seen how big is the fine FINRA set to shoot? I can't say that word. I can't say it. The douche bank for best execution violations business. I have not seen how big it is. It must be really small since your sarcasm mode is on. Good morning, Amanda. Sorry, no side. It's early in the morning, right over my head. I'm telling you, it's easy to get one over on me in the mornings. Well, it's time to clean the glasses here. I have not seen the fine. How much was it? Just out of curiosity. Good morning, Benjamin. 2 million. That's it. $2 million? Hmm. Danny, that would have been funny. That would have been really funny. I would have laughed really, really hard. Um, and it is okay to pull one over fast on me in the mornings like that. I invite you to do so. That I don't mind. I don't mind being the fool of a joke, uh, because that's some funny stuff right there. Let me put the link to the. Uh, oop, Let me put the link on what it was. I'll put the link in here. You guys can watch it on your own on the game theory I'll watch it a little bit later. Good morning, Brazil. Good morning, Crazy Pepe, who's apparently first. Tweaks, tweakers. We're the tweakers around here. Morning, Boris. Let me do my glasses and we'll go through the numbers, guys, because I know everybody there's some people who are starting to pile in here who really like to see the numbers, and so I like to provide. So let's clean the glasses and get the morning started. Right. Enough of me talking. Let's get to business. My coworkers. It's fun to call you coworkers, but friends at the same time. It's not very often you can do that. When you find a job, you guys won't ever work again after this, but if you ever do, by chance, if you ever find a job where you can call your coworkers your friends, man, you are in the right place. Don't let those jobs go. They're tough to come by. Usually, though, the worst part about those jobs is that they never there's always something missing, like some key component. Maybe it's pay, maybe it's hours, uh, maybe it's distance away from your house. I don't know. In my opinion, I'd move. When you find a job like that, you just move. Good morning, Crypto Wolf. Yeah, Boris says the numbers. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Boris. Here we go. I'm putting the glasses on. I'm putting them on. They're done. They're clean. Oh yeah. There is nothing like a fresh pair of clean glasses. Oh, that clean glasses and a cup of coffee. The kind of cup of coffee that says "Kick today in the nuts." Mmm. Yeah, that's some good nuts right there. In my mouth. All right. Too early. Too early. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look. Believe it or not, believe it or not, I logged into Fidelity. It's crazy, I know, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Top left-hand corner of the screen, price predictions. I had 15.5 to 18.5. I missed it by 11 cents. I missed the price prediction by 11 cents. Ah, it's rough. 2 days in a row for misses for me. Eric had 13.75 to 16.75. Q had 14.39 to 17.39. Monty had 14.75 to 17.75. And Cannonball had 15.91 to 18.91. Cannonball not being up on the list there, but we're just tracking what he's got. And yeah, so no point for me, point for everybody else. I'm starting to suck. I'm starting to suck here. I really need to change up my my predictions. And I think part of the problem, this is just me making excuses, but part of my problem I think is that I'm coming back on the show a little like the last 15 minutes and like making up my mind like right then and there, like just before the market opens, and so I feel rushed. I really should be trying to come up with my price prediction much earlier. I probably would do better. Okay, everybody's got their points. Eric's leading the week. Eric got 5 for 5 last week, trying to go for another perfect score in a row in a week, 2 weeks back to back, back to back. He's done it before. He has done it before. Short exempt volume. I expect to see this number up. However, it wasn't yesterday when SSR was tripped. Not yesterday, the day before, when SSR first tripped on Monday. Well, what day was that? Yeah, Monday. So, and which was very unusual to not see short exempt volume higher. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I'm just gonna write it up here. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm just gonna write it up, and you guys can just um, poke through your shirts. Boing. Wait. I gotta have. I don't have a sound thing for this. Oh well. Utilization. Here we go. Let's update Ortex here. Mark that down, guys. 21st day of 100% utilization. 21st. Man, these numbers are really getting juicy, guys. I mean, really juicy. Day over day price change. We were up 1.18% yesterday. In my opinion, this is just to let you guys know, like True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, these are his indicators that basically tell you you're in the MOASS. I think you can kind of knock these numbers down a little bit. Like I've always said, that utilization doesn't need to be over 95%. It needs to be more like 90. Anything over 90 would be good. Some 92 would be fine. Kind of like if you wanted to put warnings, like you're just about there, instead of knowing that you're in the MOASS. If you want to know that you're just about right in MOASS, these are what I would change the numbers to. 1 million for short exempt volume, utilization 90 or above, day over day price increase. I just think it needs to be 15% over a 3-day period. Actually, I don't even think it needs to be 15%. I would say 10% over a 3-day period. Maybe 12%. 12% over a 3-day period. So those, as far as the utilization goes, we're obviously way up there. Short exempt volume being on almost a half mil is insane. It's absolutely insane. It's high. It's very, very high. Off exchange. Our final numbers for the day were 50.9% in the off exchange and 11.79 in the EDGX. I'm telling you guys, there's somebody not in this play any longer. Somebody's out. I think that's definitely what this means. There could be other reasons. One of the other reasons that somebody has suggested, and I would entertain the idea that this could be a possibility, is that somebody has a watchful eye over them as to what's happening in the off exchange. And so because of that, they're being very careful with where they're putting their or placing their orders. But to me, that's still somebody knocked out of the game, right? If they're not doing what they normally do, then that means they're out of the game. Doesn't mean they're out. It just means that they're temporarily out. So if we see off exchange return back to the numbers we used to get, 52, 53, 54% in the off exchange a day, then I would identify that as being a sign that the watchful eye was probably the case. On Ortex, the total amount of shares ended up being borrowed by the end of the day. When we finished the day yesterday, it was like 3 million. It was really super high. As it stood when I refreshed before I went to bed, which was around 11 o'clock last night, 11:30ish, I refreshed Ortex, and it usually kind of continues to update in the background for at least an hour. So like maybe 12:30, it was updating. They managed to get the amount of shares borrowed yesterday down to 1.48 million. Man, he really wants to go after that rabbit. My dog is whining in the background. I hear you, Bruno. Yeah, I hear you. I know. You're gonna have to leave him be. All right, moving on. Because of that 1.4, what did I say? 1.48 million shares that were borrowed yesterday, according to Ortex, for loaning of shares. That's going to raise the Ortex estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.06%. So we're back over that 21% threshold. Short interest, I will have to take a look at that and see. I think that changed by about 1 million. So 1 million of that borrowed amount could be strictly from short interest. which is good. It's really good. But we'll take a look here more at Ortex here in just a moment. Looking at the top right-hand side of the screen, institutional share ownership, 187.924. Like I said before, we're in the gray zone right now in reporting, 13F reportings. So we probably won't see this change for a hot few, maybe like a week or so. 187.924 million. Refreshing. 187.924 million. So still the same number. We're gonna be dead on 13F filings for just a little bit here. So that number's not gonna change too much. When it does change, when the 13Fs start rolling in, it'll change pretty quickly. It'll go one direction or the other. Don't know which. Let's see here. Max pain. 17 is what it was yesterday. We're still low at 1539, but we did kind of start to move. We bounced off a bottom of 1438. So we ended the day about $1 higher. Now we're up even 50 cents more than that, or 35 cents more than that. So I kind of want to say 1650, but let's just go with 17. I'm going to leave it at 7. I'm going to think that it's going to stay at 17. Let's refresh and see. 17 it is. And last but not least, the options. Let's see where our open interest is at. Our lottery ticket winner is down at a $40 strike price for this week. Yesterday there was 9.6 thousand contracts. There's now 9.8. Highest amount of open interest at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 15.3 thousand contracts for the calls, 15.4 today. So not much of a change. On the puts, highest amount of open interest at a $11.5. No. Strike that. Let me go back. What? In the money puts? Why are they doing this? Well, it's the same number from yesterday, but it's just surprising to me how much I mean, it's still holding right where it's at. So yesterday, the total amount of highest amount of volume for open interest was at a $19 strike price, and there was 8.2 thousand contracts, and there still is 8.2. So with the price rising and they're not closing out their positions, they run the risk. For example, like the price closed yesterday at 1539. When the market opens, if we're anywhere near where we're at right now, those puts run the risk of losing more money. So I'm actually quite surprised that those haven't dropped some. It's still the same amount of puts, 8.2 thousand contracts and a $19 strike price. So the options are still signaling for a closing by the end of the week between $19 and $20. So there's a very good chance that we have a run up sometime this week. The question is when. Wednesdays are not typically our good days. We have like a 1 in 5 chance of having a green day on Wednesdays, which is really low. That's a really low percentage compared to some of our other possibilities on other days. Very interesting. All right, let's take a look at some of the other things. Let me move a few pages. this and Ortex. All right, taking you over to the other page. Here's your utilization at our 21 days of 100% utilization. Here's your on loan amount. Look at that spike up. This is what I'm talking about with juiciness. We just spiked up from 124 million shares on loan to 128.4 million shares on loan. Now, why do I find that interesting? I just got done telling you that they only reported 1.48 million shares borrowed. But look at this. They rolled over about 4 million shares, 4.4 million to be exact. 4.4 million shares over to on loan amounts. If I had to guess, those are failure to delivers that they're probably tacking on there in loans. Security lending volume was a little bit higher than normal. No threshold list. Yeah, that's a good looking number. Here's our estimated short share interest of the free float. It's going to start spiking as well when you see those loans go up. And then on loan average age per day. They take on if they take 4 million shares in loans, this number should drop like a rock. Yep. Here's our next dip. We already started a countdown timer for March 2nd for 15 days out, which puts us to sometime between March 2nd and March 23rd. We should have a big spike in price. But it looks like we're on a downtrend again. So there could be a double dip, or not a double. There is going to be a double dip in this indicator, which means we're going to have a double spike in price, much similar to probably how we had back here in February, where we had one day where it was up. Let's see, open, close. This day right here was about a $1.50 change, and then right here was a $2.60 change. So we could have something very similar like that occurring, where those dates were February 8th and February 9th. The question is how big is this dip going to be? It's looking really good. I'm liking it. Okay, moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers. We never made the top 10 list yesterday. We actually fell down the list into the 20 range, right down here at 23. Our buy to sell ratio yesterday was 68% buys to 32% sells. Those are good numbers. Nothing wrong with that. GME did not make the list. They fell off. Seems like the heavy buying on GME is whenever it hits on anything under $100. 550,000 shares available to borrow. I took a screenshot of this last night before I went to bed, just so I would be able to remember what it was, because I've been losing those numbers. But it looks like it actually went up higher at 1:30 in the morning, so my screenshot is worthless. So let's calculate from the 1.7. Looks like I got some math to do here. All right, let's figure this out. So there's an additional 50. 1.4 out of the availables. So 1.55. Uh, 2.5 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. And let's put that down. Yesterday, we witnessed about 3.1 million shares having been borrowed total for the day yesterday. All right, 2.5 million. And the cost to borrow, the fee, or the fee to borrow rather, is 0.9. It's definitely getting higher. Calls, 4.4 thousand contracts are in the money. 31.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Let me show you guys how big this number is right here. This short exempt volume is nearly 500,000. Look at this list as I scroll down. Oh, here's 367 on 210. What were those two dates that I read to you guys before? February 8th and February 9th were really big days. 8th and 9th were huge days. I wonder if SSR was tripped during those days. I'd have to go back and check and see. Probably not. .1%. Short percentage was low. SSR trigger price for the day today is 13.85. So yesterday there was a split like this in the market, in the markets on the eastern side of the world, and they were we ended up following the more eastern side instead of the European side, and so I guess what I would have to say about that is that there's a good chance that our markets will be down somewhere between 0.5% to 1% today, or maybe a little bit less. But as it stands right now in the pre-market, not really looking like the case. So it'll be interesting to see how that flips around, if it does. I do want to note that Dogecoin and Bitcoin have had massive runs in the last 24 hours. Just taking a look at those, like look at this run down from 42,542. What am I? I'm on the 1 minute here. Hold on a second. Let me put it on the daily. Yeah, there you go. Let's put on 30 minutes. So definitely like a big potential inverted head and shoulders, perhaps. So there might be a run on Bitcoin, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. This really should have gone a little bit higher if it was. But huge runs on cryptocurrency. Currently, IWM is up 1.46% in the pre-market. Tesla's up 2.44, Amazon up 2.19, Cinemark up 2.88, Dogecoin up 4.66, Bitcoin up 8.4, GME is up 2.52, Hood is up 2.89, and AMC is up 1.88. Our inflow versus outflow, 7 million share difference with more inflow than outflow. And oops, I don't know why I pulled that up. We currently have 51,000 shares that we've traded so far this morning. Not very high volume. Interestingly enough, something kind of strange happened yesterday. So I'm gonna refresh and verify this real quick. But Yeah. So I had predicted between 15 and 35 million shares traded for the day yesterday. Guess we hit 35,073,766. So I was only off by 73,000 shares. It was just outside my range. I'm completely okay with that. That's fine. I don't think there would have been any way for anybody to predict that the volume was going to be that low the way that we started out yesterday. Those are the kind of indicators right there where you know when you can predict that early in the morning what volume is going to be by the end of the day. By the end of the day, I think that's good. Those are the kind of indicators you need to look at because they're stable, they're solid. They may not come through for you all the time, and no indicator ever will. No indicator will be perfect always. But when it's that stable, to be able to predict how close um, the volume came to within my range of 15 to 35 million shares, I didn't think there was any way that it was going to hit yesterday. I just didn't. And 73,000 shares off. That's not bad. Taking a look at the daily interval on the Vortex indicator, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.91. On the 1 hour, we have more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.84, which is right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.05, also down the middle. And on the 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.45. And with that, I'm done. Nice little run up here in the aftermarket hours. But same thing for everybody. Everybody ran up in the aftermarket hours. What doing? What doing? Are they false pumps to try and get investors to move their money back into the market? Because we see a whole bunch of money going into crypto. I would think crypto would be dropping if they were trying to get people to get into the market. So I don't know what's going on here, but it's definitely fishy. A lot of up tickers. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Donald says SSR was not tripped on those days. How about, let me ask you this question though, Donald. Was SSR tripped on, one second. Was it tripped on February 3rd? February 2nd or 3rd was SSR tripped? Because I have a feeling it might have been tripped in there, and after SSR came off, if I had to guess, it was probably February 1st. It tripped on maybe February 1st or February. I'm going to guess February 2nd. It probably tripped on February 2nd and then was on for February 3rd. And then 3 days later, we had the price runs. So if that's the case, and we could start to see, I guess one of the, I'm not trying to give dates, but we might see something similar to that happen here with SSR tripping on Monday, Tuesday, and then you count 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday. So we could start seeing run up on starting Friday potentially, which would be late. That would actually make a lot of sense. That would be late for the Friday call options. It would allow time decay to basically cause a lot of those options to become worthless. Joe's asking, Casey, why is share offering bad? I know you probably already spoke on this, but I missed it. Yeah, I'll make it really quick and simple. And I'm just going to relate it to the elasticity of a balloon. And I want you to think of our squeeze as being like a balloon. When the balloon pops, that's a failure of liquidity in the market and the ability to be able to make trades. And it also becomes a failure of hedge funds to um, hold margin. Okay, so we've expanded to the point to where it breaks, and that's when MOASS happens. So if you have a total amount of shares X, right, whatever X may be, your balloon size we'll just say is a water balloon size balloon. Okay, when you add shares into the market, that's share dilution. That is the same thing as changing your balloon size to a party balloon, right? Whatever X may be. It doesn't matter. However much X is increased by is how much your balloon size becomes. Now, when you blow up a balloon, you know that a water balloon, a little tiny water balloon, will only blow up to maybe like a fist size before it pops when you blow it up with air. When you create a larger float or a larger balloon size, that can blow up much bigger before it will pop. And so what you need to think of as far as dilution goes is that somebody has to buy up the elasticity in the balloon before it will pop. And us buying shares on the market is us blowing or inflating the balloon, right? We're inflating the balloon. Whenever they create synthetic shares, inflating the balloon because we're pushing buying pressure into the balloon, right? And it's blowing up bigger and bigger and bigger. Eventually, it pops. We're at that, we're getting very, very close to seeing the balloon reaching maximum size, right? When you start seeing things like utilization driving up to 100%, when you start seeing things like cost to borrow starting to rise, when you see things like short interest rising to above 20%, when you see things like all the common classic indicators that you look at that show that there's starting to have market failure. Those are the things you're looking for. The moment that you inject additional shares into the market, SI goes down, on loan amount goes down, your cost to borrow goes down, your utilization goes down. All the numbers that it takes to have a squeeze go down. Why? Because the elasticity of the balloon just got larger. It just got bigger. Now, that equates to time. And time means we have to start blowing the balloon up some more. We have to start buying. If we don't buy into the market, then we get price failure. Even if we do buy into the market, we get price failure because time tends to favor hedge funds in the ability to be able to manipulate the price. So you have to ask yourself, and I'm not sitting here telling you, I will say this. What pops bigger? A small water balloon or a party-sized balloon? Well, of course, the party-sized balloon blows up bigger. There's more in the balloon to blow up. So I will not say, you will never hear me say that increasing the float size or share dilution doesn't make it a bigger MOASS. That would be a lie. It does. It makes it bigger. It makes it a nuke size, right? Every time you add shares into the market, it makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. It's more for them to manipulate before it pops. But in this particular case, I think we're done. I think we're done with waiting. And I think we're content with our balloon size. But if you're not content and you want to wait this out longer, we can. Absolutely. But that's up to you. As a shareholder, you get to make that decision. Do you want to inflate the balloon size? Or do you want to have the balloon pop? Those are your choices. That's exactly what I'm saying, Micah. You may see a short-term price rise, right? with dilution, you may see a short-term price rise, but it also equates to more time. Yes, I do believe in the kitchen sink theory. That's a great question, GD. I think that as far back as November, hedge funds were preparing to let the price rise, and they had swapped over their positions. Like if you look at Citadel's reporting on Fintel, you'll see that they had swapped over to more long positions. They hedged for long positions on AMC, and they were prepared to let the price run back in November. And that's when I suggested to you that something changed in orders on the books, and we started seeing price manipulation change to where it was on-off switches versus uh, just the normal trading signals that you would see. And that's where I started to suggest to you that long institutions who lend shares saw that the hedge funds were about to let the price rise, and they said, no, we're not ready for that yet because we want to make some more money on you loaning those shares to us. So we're going to manipulate the price in order to make money on the front side of whatever is going to happen. And so I do believe that long positions have been manipulating price in a way to where they put a lot of price discovery through off exchanges, and that's why we're seeing the price being manipulated with on and off switches. Yes, utilization is still 100%. All right, let me see what you guys are writing here. I really gotta get to what you guys are writing. I spent a lot of time on discussing the uh, share dilution. Well, see, keto, they're not diluting us artificially, they're inflating us. So when they create synthetics, that's inflation. And the reason they're inflating us is because we're buying into it, right? So that's inflation. They're artificially inflating the balloon because we're buying into it. We're exhaling into the balloon, and they're buying it up and creating pressure inside the balloon. So they're not diluting, they're inflating. Big difference. And here's the other thing I want you guys to think about, and I haven't even mentioned this, but guess every time AMC puts shares into the market, guess who's paying for their share sales on the market? We are. We are because it's taking the price away from us. They're selling those shares into the market and the price is going to them. They're getting the earnings from our issued shares. So when it takes more time after the price bumps up, we are the ones who are paying for that. Our time and investments into the company is the money. The almost $2 billion that AMC has in their pocketbook right now came from us. That's our money in their hands because they issued shares. That comes from us directly. So if you want to issue more shares, then that means you're willing to give the company more money out of your pocket because that means we have to continue buying pressure for a longer period of time. It's another way of looking at it. And if you don't think that's true, where do you think the money comes from? The money has to come from someplace. It just doesn't appear just because we magically create shares, the money has to come from somewhere. Otherwise, that's just inflation, right? You know how inflation's working here in the US. Money's got to come from somewhere. It just doesn't magically appear. You can't just print money. It's coming out of our pockets. That's where it's coming from. You're welcome, Joe. Mitch, you're welcome. We got about 3 minutes more here before we get to our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. I don't. Here's something I want to say, guys. I am not against share dilution. Don't get me wrong. Hear me out. I'm against share dilution before the squeeze. Share dilution after the squeeze is the way. That's the way. Look at what happened with GME. Go back and look at what happened with GME. Research it. GME did not offer shares to the market until after they squoze. After, not before. They actually had share reduction before the squeeze. After the squeeze, they injected shares into the market and they pulled out enough money to reduce their debt to zero. That is the way to do it. That is the correct way. Michael Cohen, I said Michael. Why did I say Michael Cohen? Michael, where? It's Ryan. I know it's Ryan Cohen, but I don't know why I said Michael. Michael, why did I want to say Michael? Michael Burry, maybe? I don't know. Ryan Cohen, he's right. He knows what he's doing. You let the squeeze happen first, right? Price goes way, way, way up. And then when it comes down, it never fully makes it back to the original price. It's always going to be higher. It's going to be higher. That's when you give the company shares. And that's when the company sells them to the market for exponential amounts more than if AMC had not done share dilution last June. If they had not done it last June and we squoze, and let's just pretend that we're GME for a moment. The price shoots up to $500, 560 or whatever dollar amount it was that they got up to, 514, I don't remember. Comes back down and settles at about $250, right? Let's just pretend this happens to AMC. AMC says, hey guys, we'd like to issue 50 million shares into the market. Okay, great. We'll give them to you. They already had them. But we'll just say, we'll give you 50 million shares in the market. You sell them in the market at 250,000, $250 a share. $12.5 billion. That's how much AMC could have made if they hadn't sold in June. They could instead of $2 billion, if they had waited for the price to get to what it needed to get to and then issued after it had come back down, they could have made enough money and had some left over to be able to completely wipe out their debt and have billions of dollars left over. I think their total debt's like 8 billion. They would have had an additional 4.5 billion, which is more than what they have right now this very moment. Squeeze first, pay debt second. You don't have to do it the other way around. You don't. Oh, oops. 7 a.m. pokey stick of volumes coming in here. Good morning, Manjeet. Looks like pokey stick of volume is going to be a half of what the volume was prior to going in. We're only at 92,000 shares traded, so I'm going to have to say like 2040 on volume. Micah says, so no chance of a dilution causing the price to rise slightly, but this could then, no, it's not how it works, Micah. Look at June. Look what happened in June. We didn't squeeze then. Why would we squeeze now? See, the problem that you have with that, Micah, is that when you hand over shares into the market, you're giving the enemy ammunition to be able to manipulate numbers. And so what they'll do is they'll use those shares to be able to cook the books and avoid margin calls. Yes, a squeeze can happen without issuing shares. No, Boris, I can't do that. Thanks for your breakdown, Casey. Can you explain how the founding fathers tried to keep the barter system by writing it into the Constitution? I honestly would have to do research on that. I'm not 100% certain. Manjeet, we don't need to fire Adam Aaron. We don't need to. He's not doing a bad job. He's doing the job that he's supposed to do. He's not doing a bad job. Uh, I don't agree with everything that Adam Aaron does. Don't get me wrong. I don't agree. But I'm not supposed to agree. I'm a shareholder. My objectives and his objectives don't align. He's the CEO of a company. I'm a shareholder. We don't have to have um, viewpoints that are the same. Morning, Bird Eye. If you go back, Lisa, and you watch the Trey and Adam Aaron first interview that they ever had together, I want you to go listen to it. It's not that long, but go back and listen to it and count on your hand how many times Adam Aaron says he wants to have slow, healthy growth. Count on your hand how many times. You might have to use more than one hand. Slow, healthy growth. He repeated it many, many times. They say in shoot, I don't remember where they say it. I just remember hearing this before. If you want to understand where somebody is trying to direct you or what they're trying to get you to understand that their objective is, you want to look for key words that they repeat over and over and over. And if you listen to that speech, or not speech, but if you listen to their talk back and forth, you hear them repeatedly say multiple times, slow, healthy growth. He's not talking about the company. He's talking about share price, slow, healthy growth. And I don't think he needs to be removed. His objectives are just different than ours. He's here to save a company. Yeah, I heard about that, Adam. And guess what else? Sandy, I did not see your question. Let me go back up and see what it was. Hold on a second. Do you think they are going to try and trip SSR today? Probably not since they did on Monday. I would assume not since they did on Monday, but um, I didn't think Monday was going to happen either. I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen on Monday. I thought it was going to happen today. So the fact that they did it on Monday, probably not. By tripping SSR, they're allowed to create synthetic naked shorts, which frees up the ability to create synthetics, and that is a huge factor in this whole process of shorting the stock continuously. And the shares that they're borrowing um, are. It's a great question, man. It's a great question. If you have 100% utilization, how should you be able to borrow any longer? You just shouldn't, right? That's why I would suggest that the kitchen sink is still out there. When people keep asking me, is the kitchen sink still out there? Well, we're at 100% utilization. They're still shorting the stock. What do you think? The shares are coming from somewhere. Micah said, "You're welcome, Micah. I'm glad you feel better about it, but I think that you should do your own DD and come to your own conclusions. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody else. It's your money. It's your choice. You need to come to these same conclusions yourself by verifying what it is that I'm saying. It may make sense to you, but you need to, just because somebody says something doesn't mean you should just take their word for it. You should investigate yourself. It's your money. It is your money. Monty, thank you. 1455 to 1755. You know, Monty's a trooper, guys. All the guys who do price predictions here are troopers. You know, just hats off to every single one of them coming in every single day to give me their price predictions. Thank you. I mean, I don't need you to do it. I ask you to do it and you do it, and I think that's awesome. I mean, it's you don't have to, and you do it. I think that's really cool. The only time in February that we had SSR trigger was on the 24th, and continued to be in effect for the next day, obviously. Interesting. So, wait a minute. So let me just check. Because normally what I do is I just pull an Excel spreadsheet off of Yahoo of day over day price, and then I just set up a formula to see which day is triggered. That's really surprising. So the close was 1686. I just want to check just real quick here. What am I doing? 1517. I would check that again. Wait. Yeah, I would check that again because here's what I'm just going to tell you what I'm getting here. The closing price on February 1st was $16.86. A 10% decrease on that would be down to $15.17, and the low for February 2nd was Oh, you're right. You're right. I was looking at the wrong day. I was looking at the 3rd. No, you're right. Nope, you're absolutely right. Interesting. Hmm. I'm laughing, James. I saw yours. I saw Danny's number first, and then I saw yours, James. 13. You're giving yourself a very wide range. You're going over the $3 limit, sir. But you know that's fine. It's okay. You can come up with whatever price range you want. As Rule says, yeah, he mentioned Amazon didn't get to where they are overnight. I mean, different goals, guys. Adam Aaron doesn't have to have the goal of a squeeze. In fact, he shouldn't. He shouldn't. Let me tell you why Adam Aaron shouldn't have a goal for a squeeze. From his perspective, from any CEO's perspective, what do you risk when something like that happens to your company? You risk losing your company. Look at what Ryan Cohen did. He stepped into GameStop and he took over. He took over. Don't for a minute think that Adam Aaron's not afraid that somebody's going to step in and take over the company. Because guess what? If Adam Aaron doesn't have shares, if he doesn't have shares issued to him at some point, he may lose control of the company. with a squeeze. So consider that. Consider that. At some point, we're going to be asked to make a decision on adding additional shares. And I don't know when that will be exactly, but I can almost guarantee you that Adam Air does not want to lose control of the company. And so we're going to be faced with a very difficult decision. The question is will he approach us with the right deal? Can they stockpile synthetic shares to use over a period of time? It's kind of weird. I'm gonna go with no on that one. Really, the only people who hold those synthetics, I mean, they kind of do, but they don't use those to short with. Because you're saying, I'm specifically looking at your use word, and I would say they don't really use them. They're just holding on to them so that they can complete orders. I guess that's kind of using in a way. It's that's a real gray area. Siblix. Future Whale said, "Why are you all so normal in here? I thought AMC people were crazy." Welcome to a different kind of channel, my friend. I don't understand it myself either. I have a really difficult I don't understand. I really don't understand why this community is so healthy, but it is. We have a very healthy community here. Amazing people. Welcome. I really honestly don't get it because everywhere else I go, there's always super amounts of toxicity, and we have very little compared to those other places. Yeah, that's what David said is, um, man, I'm having a hard time keeping up with you guys. You guys are fast. Yeah, it definitely got tripped on the 24th. Jeff, I really don't know when it's going to come, man. I wish I could tell you. I just want you to know that the sync is out there. I don't know when they'll use it. I'm not a hedge fund. If I knew when they were going to use it, I'd straight up tell you. I really would. I tell you everything that I think I can up front so you guys know. But there's shares out there. 100% there's shares out there. You can't have 100% utilization and still borrow every single day. Not unless you're rehypothecating shares. And that means that they're using shares to switch back and forth between hands, which means you're still at 100%, but they're still moving shares back and forth. No, I agree with you, James. We should be thinking ahead of time. We should be thinking right now about whether or not we'll be willing to issue shares during the squeeze, and 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 at what point or what conditions would we accept. I've been thinking about it. I think you should too. Good morning, Gary. Good to see you. Gary, we're meeting today, right? Like that there's a show going on today. I don't know. Future Whale Man, I'm the whole reason I'm here is because I'm trying to document history. Well, it's not the whole reason, but it's one of the big reasons. And if you want to know, if you want to read a little bit more about why I'm here and everything, there's something in the description box and you can look at it. I've got a couple different reasons why I'm here, but one of the main reasons is because I'm documenting history. We're making history here, and I want it to be on the record for the future. Yes, don't get weirded out when we start saying 2 weeks future. Thank you, Sandy. Do you know the max pain for next week? Trung, I'll tell you what, I'll do you one step better. I will do you one step better. I'm going to give you a link and you can look it up yourself. Believe it or not. I'll tell you what it is, but I also give you a link so that you can look this up anytime you want to. Let's see here. Not that one. There you go. If you go to that link, you can look it up yourself. Just type in your I'll move it over here. I actually haven't refreshed the screen in forever, so you just type in AMC here into the search box. You hit search. It pulls it up for you, I think. No, hold on a second here. That's the wrong one. Where did I put it in at? Uh, hmm. Well, I gave you the right thing, so hopefully the link should take you straight to AMC, I think. Do not put it in where I showed you. But what you can do is all you need to do is you can just change the date here underneath the AMC, and you can change it to whatever week you want to choose for, and then just run the refresh. Or actually, I think once you change the date, it refreshes automatically. Yeah. So for the 18th, for example, the max pain is 21 right here. If you go to the 11th for this week, it's 17. 17 is where we're at. We started the week out at 18, but it's since moved down. And it changes every day in the morning. Next week's 21. That was 23. So that's actually, I think that was 23 as of this weekend, this last weekend. Or may have been 22. So it's come down a little bit. Then the 25th is 17 again. And so on and so forth. You can just click on different weeks to see what max pain is. I'm by no means here to hoard data. I want you guys to be able to arm yourselves. Have a good one, Jeff. Don't have a good day. Have a great day. Large fire in a London office high-rise today blocks from a certain hedge fund. Let's guess who. Peter, you said my condition is the MOASS. One of the things that I would say is when they issued the last share offering request of 500 million shares, and you remember Adam Aron saying that they said that they wouldn't inject the shares until this year. There was legal, what is that? What's that word called again? Legalese. There was legalese in that documentation that said if the company felt that they were under threat of a takeover, hostile takeover, which could be deemed as an event that they could use the shares prior to the date that Adam Aron had set forth. So you have to be really, really careful and read every single one of the words in one of these share offering requests, because sometimes they put legalese in there that gives them the ability to be able to violate or change their decision on when they're going to inject the shares into the market. Super, super, super ultra scary stuff. You got to read the legalese because it makes a difference. Tonight at 9 o'clock p.m. I can't promise I'll be there, Gary, but I'm going to try. 2 weeks future is just real briefly. I'm just going to throw it out. What it is it's just people always ask when moon, and so I just always say 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks. There's a famous movie that it comes from, but I'm not going to get into it real deep right now. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. It's to keep people who continuously ask when do we moon, uh, I guess, entertained. See, James, that's my opinion. In a sort of roundabout way, what I would say is that if they want a bonus in the next year, it's got to be in cash. Their bonus is going to have to come out of their cash and not their shares. I'm done issuing shares for bonuses, for raising revenue. I'm just done. That's me. You don't have to feel the same way, but I'm done issuing shares, period. No more bonuses and shares. If they want bonuses, they're going to have to get it in cash. They need to earn it. Ross, Ross. Um, the search for which hedge fund folded. The reason that I'm saying that is simply because if you look at the off exchange, and it does, I should retitle that. You know what? I'm gonna retitle it. I can't retitle this. Are you kidding me? I'll retitle it later. Because I worded it wrong. It shouldn't be which hedge fund folded. It should be the search for who's not using the off exchange any longer. I need to think of a better way to reword that. Um, but the off exchange has been severely decreased in how much it's being used, which tells me that somebody, either one or multiple um, entities who trade in the off exchange, has left, is no longer making trades through it. Either that, or a side theory to that could be is that somebody's under scrutiny and they can't continue to do the type of trades that they were doing through the off exchange as they used to do while they're under scrutiny. So if all of a sudden we see off exchange start trading much higher percentages again, then it might be the scrutiny. If we see it just continue to be much lower, somebody's dropped out of the game, and that could be a long institution, because long institutions trade through the off exchange as well. It's not just hedge funds. So thank you for saying what you just said, because I think I need to reword that. I read what you said, Bird Eye. It's funny. Fidelity might have pulled back from sending any trades to the dark pools due to NYSE matching funding. Interesting. Well, that could be one of the players then. I mean, because it's about a 5% drop. That's a pretty big amount of percentage of shares hitting back into the lit market, instead of going to the off exchange, which is cool. I think that's great. Um, there was something I was going to say. Oh yes, did you guys see this? Because who said Fidelity? Boris. Boris said it. Did you guys hear who wrote this? There was a guy on Twitter, and I responded to it. Amazing. Um, Let me just read this to you guys. I'm glad you said that, because I would have forgotten about this. Um, I'm just going to pull this up over on the screen here, and I'm going to head to break here in about a couple minutes. So this butcher of Wall Street on Twitter said Fidelity has pulled the buy button on the VIX. As of right now, they will not allow buying of the VIX calls unless you have enough money in your account to exercise the calls. I've never once had this happen in the last several months of heavy VIX purchases. Is this a front run? Question mark. And then I posted my information and said, on the weekly, the push by powers that may be, it has been so incredibly strong to keep this market together, has created a new trading signal I am going to call the run for the hills pattern. 4 ascending red candles. This breakout will be the largest in recorded VIX history. And this is my opinion, no financial advice. Do your own due diligence. But I have never seen, this is a weekly candles interval, weekly interval. So you're seeing each one of these candles is a week long of data. 4 red ascending candlesticks. I've never seen it. I've never seen this before. And if you look here at what's happening to the vortex indicator, you can see buying pressure on a steady rise. Buying pressure is the blue line here. And you can see that it's on a very steady rise. And what do you see to selling pressure? A correction, a correction, a larger correction, a larger, oh, may not make it to a correction. It may not, but if it does, you can see how it's getting larger and larger and larger. The attempts to try and keep this from blowing up the entire market, volatility, are huge. Absolutely monstrous. So monstrous that you got 4 red candlesticks ascending. Ascending. Red. How does that happen? So that's some really cool stuff. Sipley, we don't. You sound. Where did Sipley say that? I don't typically. So rule number 1 on this channel, and pretty much the only rule. No spamming of another stock without intent. Usually will result in a silence and then a ban. I don't have any problem with you inquiring about how a stock may look. That would be intent, in my opinion. Like if you want to come on and be like, hey, what's going on with this stock? I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that. But just simply coming in and saying, hey, you need to buy this, not cool. I don't allow that. So please just don't. Simply says you want to see the price of Bozo, please. All right. There you go. It's not trading in the pre-market. They closed at 14 yesterday. This is daily candles, and here's the 1 minute, but it's obviously not trading in the after hours. Oh wait, this is not, this is Boz T. Sorry, hold on a second here. I'm not getting BOZO. Nothing pops up. Maybe it's soybean. There's BOZ0. I don't think that's what you're talking about. It's just the VIX, James. VIX is right here. And it's just it's the volatility index of the CBOE. No, so I'm going to keep it a mystery until I either see what I need to see or yeah, in the future I may decide to say something, but probably not. If somebody figures it out, I probably won't even acknowledge that it's correct or not correct. So if you do happen to think that you figure it out, keep it to yourself. No, um, James, that will not hurt AMC. In fact, I think it'll help AMC. Bird Eye says, want to buy a stock, look into Royal Helium, RHC. They discovered massive helium reserves that produce pure helium, only place in the world, or buy AMC on a fire sale discount. So, that was actually something that I had mentioned the other day. Working in the semiconductor industry, somebody had mentioned neon for being a huge component to making semiconductors, and I would say that helium is actually the number one component to making semiconductors, not neon. In fact, neon is probably one of the least. I'm trying to think. I know the process for making semiconductors, and I honestly can't think of anything in semiconductors that requires neon, not nearly as much as helium. So helium is hugely used, and the reason for it is it's not directly in the process. Well, it is directly in the process, but it's more about what's needed in the process to be able to make it, which is vacuum chambers. And the way that you test vacuum chambers is with helium. And so, in order to continue the process of making semiconductors, you do also use helium as well in the process, but you also use the helium in ways to keep the process running. So helium is absolutely huge to the semiconductor industry. And to my knowledge, there's only two production facilities, major production facilities in the world. And so if that's a third one now that's going to open up, then what that's probably going to do is relieve, no pun intended, but relieve the pressure that the shortage of helium has. You'll remember there's years ago where they took away the float uh, from New York because there was a helium shortage. That was many, many years ago. Oh, okay, you did mean helium? Okay. Yeah, because neons, I mean, there might be an application for neon in the process, but it's really small. Like I can't, I'm having a difficult time coming up with something off the top of my head that actually uses it. There might be specific semiconductors that use it in their process, but it would be very limited. It's not the main part of the production process. But I'm not trying to sell you guys on helium at all, just so you know. That's not. I'm here for AMC. But you also have to think too, Bird's Eye, that if there's only been two major production facilities in the world and now there's going to be a third, that's going to reduce the it's gonna increase supply, which is going to reduce demand, which means that you could see while you might see a initial spike up in company valuation, ultimately it's going to lower demand, which means that it's going to dilute um, competition, I guess, which means you'll see those eventually go down. Although semiconductors are behind on their orders, so there's a huge demand on semiconductors right now, and so that may not be for a while. I've always wondered about that, Bird Eye. I've always wondered about. I've actually got um, when we had helium shortages way back in the past. I actually had I wanted to devise a plan for helium capture vessels, because a lot of the time what they do in order to check a vacuum chamber, what they'll do is they'll just take helium and spray it around the vacuum chamber. So they're just spraying helium into the open air, and then if there is a seal that's broken on the vacuum will suck the helium in, and then the detectors on the inside of the chamber will detect if there's helium uh, flowing into the chamber, and then thus letting them know if there's a leak in the chamber. You need to have no hardly any leaks in the chamber in order for you to have good vacuum. It's crucial in semiconductor processing. Anyways, long story. Um, but what I'm trying to say is that they're just these guys are wheeling around these tanks of helium, big tanks of helium, like you see driven around on trucks all over the place. They're just wheeling these tanks of helium over and then just spraying helium all around these chambers to see if they've got leaks or whatnot, and then that's just escaping into the air, right? And so I thought, well, wouldn't it be smart if we're having a shortage of helium to put some kind of device over the top of the chamber so that when you're spraying the helium into or around the chamber, you're collecting whatever helium's rising up into the air and then capturing the helium and then reusing it, because then it would save on helium costs if you could capture the helium. But nobody's gotten desperate enough yet on helium to put some kind of plan like that into place. But I have crazy wild ideas like this all the time. But I also suspect, Bird Eye, that helium actually does collect and doesn't escape into space. I think it does collect in the upper atmosphere, but it's a very thin layer. And I have a feeling that in the future that if helium does become too scarce, we may end up seeing or people devising a way to be able to collect the helium from the upper atmosphere. Because I don't think helium has enough escape velocity to um, escape Earth's gravity. So it's just collecting in the one of the highest uh, portions of atmosphere. All right, I gotta get a break, guys. It's time. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm sure the device exists. I can't possibly be the first person to have thought of that, Bird Eye, but in my industry, in the semiconductor industry, they have nothing to capture the helium. They literally spray helium all day long around chambers trying to find out if they have leaks. And in semiconductor fabs across the world. And this helium's just being sprayed. I mean, sometimes the guys use it to just have fun with it, make their voice sound funny. It's just a complete waste of helium in the semiconductor industry. I can't begin to tell you. So, um, yeah, it's true. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you at 8:15, 15 minutes before market open, Central Standard Time, and looks like they're borrowing shares already. See you guys in a bit. I'm back. A little late, sorry. Oh man, Doctor No, you almost timed it. I want to see what Real Rugged is writing here. Oh, Eric texted me his price prediction for the day today. Let me read it off real quickly. 15 to 18, same number he had yesterday. And I'm actually going to go with the same numbers I had yesterday as well, which is 15.5 to 18.5. Keto, did Keto put in a price prediction yet, guys? I don't know. Looking for, I don't see Keto's price prediction. He's the only one I'm waiting on. Dr. No says, any good news? Like specifically, if there's, if I'm not saying there's not any good news. Specifically speaking, I think we're doing really, really well. One of the things that I think is probably one of the best pieces of news that I've seen that I could report to you as of right now is that with the SSR being tripped, it cost roughly nearly 500,000 shares in short exempt volume, which is a lot. Yeah, thinking. Yeah, Gary's like, no, no, it's cost them a lot of so earlier I was talking about inflation of the balloon. That short exempt volume is the inflation to the balloon. It really is. And when we're only getting like 50,000 shares or 100,000 shares, that's not a whole lot of inflation to the balloon to blow it up. But when you start getting 500,000 shares at a time, that's like taking the air hose gun in the auto shop, sticking it inside your balloon and giving it a nice quick pop. It blows it up pretty good real quick. So yeah, if we can get back-to-back days, what we really need to see is high levels of volume. And so here's the part that I will say, because I don't want to completely throw out the whole dilution issue, and I'm not trying to say that I support it. I'm actually 100% against share dilution. But what I want to say is this: when you see share dilution, why would price start to spike? And the reason for that is that it causes a lot of synthetic volume. So and as you know, I have always stated that whenever we see high amounts of volume, you see price discovery. Well, it forces hedge funds to go to the market and start buying those shares. They want those shares. They need those shares. Why? Because they have to use them to be able to manipulate the price in the future. So they start sucking them up as fast as they can while we're still putting on buy pressure. And everybody actually is trying to suck them up. The institutions are trying to, long institutions are trying to suck them up. Hedge funds are trying to suck them up. We're trying to suck them up. Everybody wants to suck up the dilution. And um, it's a free for all, right? Everybody wants those shares. So that creates volume, and volume definitely creates price discovery. Uh, but it also makes the balloon elasticity larger. So, and that's not, I mean, it's not bad. It means that it's going to be a bigger explosion when the MOASS does happen. But what it also means is that it's going to take longer. And you have to ask yourself, uh, what kind of squeeze do you want to see out of this? Do you want to see a Volkswagen squeeze, or do you want to see a or sorry, I said VW and Volkswagen. Do you want to see a VW squeeze, or do you want to see a Tesla squeeze? Those are the things you need to ask yourself. Um, I quite personally want to see an explosion in price. I don't want to see a gradual increasing of price. I'm expecting that this thing could get into, if you think $4,000 a share is a lot, um, sure, but it's going to take time. if you think $10,000 a share in a short period of time is a lot, then that's, that may be something that you may be shooting for more, or maybe even 20,000. I'm not saying that's a floor, but it could get up to numbers like 20, 30, 50, $100,000 a share. You could see things like that happen in a more VW type of squeeze than you would a Tesla type squeeze. It's just a different kind of nature of performance. No, no. See, Watcher, here's the funny part. We're in the MOASS. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't feel like it. But when they go back in history and they look at the charts, what you're going to see is that we are, you see this all the time. You'll see the Volkswagen squeeze, and you'll see a "you are here," and it's like this little tiny blip right before the stock price starts exploding. And I'm here to challenge you to believe that we've actually been in this squeeze in the MOASS since May 13th. No, yeah, May 13th. No, May. Yeah, May 13th. I think the history books will go back and define May 13th as being the beginning of the squeeze of last year, of course. I think that's what the history books will say. Good morning, Sammy. See, and that's the other thing too, James. I'm personally here to destroy hedge funds. Tesla did its squeeze, and hedge funds are still here. They're still here doing what they do. I'm looking for the type of squeeze that destroys hedge funds and changes the marketplace. We have made more changes in the last year because of what's happened with GME than any other probably point in time. More rules and modifications to the market have been made because of GME. And what happens with AMC will cause even more rules and more um, why did I lose the word? Transparency. More transparency in our marketplace for our future children, future retail traders. Schnozberries taste like schnozberries. I'm proud to be a part of history too. Let me start the show today, guys, and I will see you on the other side. Again, my price prediction for the day today is 15.5 to 18.5, and Eric 15.18. I'm waiting on Keto still, and Monty 14.55 to 17.55. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, days remaining from start, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! Good morning, guys. Good morning. I couldn't help but, just listening to the lyrics of that song, man, I really feel like that's us. It feels so powerful to hear somebody singing a song that's not even talking specifically to us, but yet it feels like it is. That's really powerful. Um, I think it's kind of cool. But the one thing that kept repeating in there, they, and it always makes me laugh because my mom, she always has a way of causing me to think differently. When I was first talking to her originally about everything that was happening in this play with AMC, I kept saying they. And she's like, who's they? You keep saying they. Who's they? It's a good question. It's a great question. Who is they? If we don't know who they is, how do we know who we're fighting against? And I would challenge you guys to think about that and hypothesize who is they, because really I think in my opinion, they is a lot of different people. Retail is up against the government. Retail is up against institutions, both long and short. This market isn't made for us to control they. It's not made for that. The market's made to make money off us. They control the government. It doesn't take a genius, it just takes a comedian to walk into the SEC, to interview the head of the SEC, and find out that this coffee isn't even affordable enough for the employees to have an abundance of. A comedian. Who is they? All right, Watcher, we'll check it out. I have two different things to check out, and I didn't check out the other one on my break, and I should have. I was supposed to check out a different one here. Let me pull this up here. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, or allows it to happen, right? Not just oh yeah, you said that. You said plus the market plumbing that's allowed, insane repothecation of shares. Yeah, GD, you defined I think perfectly what I'm trying to say. Keto got you down 1478, 1778. I appreciate it, buddy. And don't worry about being a little late. It's okay. It's better to have a price prediction than to not have one at all. Got you down. And congratulations on the point yesterday. But yeah, GD, that's good. Anyone purposely manipulating and plus the market plumbing that's allowed, insane rehypothecation of shares. That's a perfect example of who they is, because that could really you know it has a very large range of groups that could be in the they. And oftentimes, I would challenge that most of us see they as just one person or one entity. It's not Citadel. It's not. They is not Citadel. It's more than that. It's much, much bigger. Much bigger. So don't lose sight of who they is, because that's important. It's important to know who your enemy is. Dr. No, that's awesome, man. You feel better taking time away. I'm so glad. You know, I just gave this advice to somebody earlier today, Dr. No. I just told them, I said, you know what? Take a week off. Go away. Set some price limits, right? You know, you have interactive brokers that tell you that you will send you alerts when something's happening. Set a $100 alert for AMC and walk away. Walk away. You have a savings account. You have a savings account. You don't have a brokerage account. Your AMC shares is a savings account. It'll be there when you get back. Take a week off. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy life. You're welcome, Dr. No. You're going to revitalize yourself when you walk away from this. You're going to become healthy in the head. Completely let it go. Come back. You'll be feeling great. You'll be feeling great. I promise. Try it. Okay, let's see here. I want to pull up this video. All right, let's watch this little short video here. Let's see how long is it. It's 3 minutes. Is this the most current one? 5 days ago. Yeah, this looks like the most current. Let me just make sure. Videos. Yeah, 5 days ago. So it's a three-minute long video here, guys. Hype video. Hopefully they're okay with us playing it on here. All right, let's watch this real quick. Let me make sure I've got the sound right. Let's try this. All right, here we go.
Don't ever forget this day. Don't forget the day the buy button was stolen. Open your eyes. Look at the level of corruption. Look at this chart. Look at the way the system's built to take advantage of you. This is what we're out to fight for. This is what apes are fighting for. Is to end shit like this. Shit like this ugly graph.
Let me tell you something. It's gonna become Judgment Day.
14-10, green break, baby. Let's go. 14-12. This is just stupid. Look at the dumbness. Look at the freaking stupid gorilla strength on this stock right now. Oh my god. Just dumb. Stupid, stupid, stupid bullish price action happening right now. That is nasty. Nasty. Nasty.
We're still pushing 1608. No way. This is silly. 1650, 1660.
Until we're not playing at a casino anymore, just have to learn to beat the dealer. That's the game that we're up against. We are here to change this fucking system and stop this sort of shit from happening. Today, I am going to be buying $100,000 of AMC stock to signify in my own way what I believe in.
People, you have no idea how close we are.
Full on back in this market. AMC is now the star of the show, taking over from GameStop.
So so-called meme stocks absolutely rocking. AMC rocking. GameStop rocking.
There's a 2-year chart of AMC. I mean, look at that thing. The thing was obviously left for dead, right? And then we saw the initial spike. The spike now, obviously larger even than that.
I'm not going anywhere. I think the majority of apes, freaking 99% of apes, aren't going anywhere. Think about who you have to prove wrong and the lives you can change along the way. It's as simple as that. You never know the impact that you're gonna have on somebody until after it happens. I'm gonna remember my wife. I'm gonna remember my old man. I'm gonna remember the short sellers and the institutions and the hedge funds and the media that were betting against the apes and have for freaking decades and decades. I'm gonna prove every single one of those motherfuckers wrong.
We can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever 74% gain for AMC as I look at my fact set over here. 76%.
Yeah.
If we keep talking, it may just keep going to the moon.
Nice. Very nice. Fed an ass, fed an ass. You know, it's funny. I don't think I've ever seen Trey's video where he had said the whys. Know your why. Man, I'll tell you what. It's really funny because I did that video, guys. Know your 5 whys. Why, why? I mean, it's just that's so important. It's so important. Yeah, that was cool, man. Thanks for telling me to check that out. I also have another video I've got to check out, which I will check out again on my next break. The other video being, please tell me I have it here. Game theory. Where did it go? Oh yeah, here it is. Game theory and Crazy Rich Asians. I don't know what that is. I got to watch it before I put it on the show, and it sounds kind of risky. I don't know if I want to put it on without watching it first, but we'll see. I'll watch it on my break. Remember the rules, Nosa. Not financial advice, but remember the rules. Very tricky rules about AMC. The number one rule is very, very important. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Right? Why? Because if you buy with more than that, you become emotional. And you don't want to be emotional in this play. Not financial advice. It's your money. It's your choice. Am I helping out other channels? I didn't know I was helping out other channels, but yeah, that's cool. I don't, like I said, guys, you don't have to be here. I'm still gonna record history. It doesn't, not a single one, like literally, all y'all don't even show up tomorrow, and I'm still gonna be here doing this, and I'll just be talking into a microphone and a camera because somebody in the future is gonna want to see this information. Maybe not now, but I know in the history books, somebody will want to know what happened on a particular day, whatever day it may be. And they're going to want to know what happened, and they're going to go back and they're going to look at it and they're going to see history. So I'm not here to promote my channel. I'm not here to promote anybody else's channel. I'm here to make history. And if other people want to take part in recording history, start their own channel or something like that, I'm all for it. Go for it. Because my representation of how history is going down may not be your viewpoint of how history is going down. I may see things a little differently than you, and you may see things that I don't see. But dang it, the more people we have recording history, the cooler it's going to be. And I think that's great. And Watcher just said, apes together strong. I'm so for that. I agree. I agree. I'm shaking my head yes because I hate it when people say I agree and shake their head no, because that's not what you do. You don't shake your head no when you agree. You shake your head yes. Watch people when they do interviews. When they say something and they shake their head the opposite direction of what they're saying, they don't believe what they're saying. As Rule says, I remember coming onto your channel and no one was here, but you continue talking. I'm telling you, man, I'm here for something else. I'm not here for you guys. I'm willing to help you guys out. I'm willing to help you guys out as we go along. If you're here, I'll say things that help you, hopefully. But I'm really here to record history. So, and if I can help you guys out, then I help myself. So we're in this together. Sammy says history lesson number 1: schnozzenberries taste like schnozzenberries. I thought you were a robot, so I wrote something on the chat and you responded. That's funny. Crude oil is gonna, you know what? The VIX is down 7%, guys, but I'm not even phased by it. I know what's going to happen. The market's having a little bit of a, it's, if I had to guess what's happening right now is that the entire market's trying to uh, falsely show strength so that it can try and entice shareholders to continue to hold their positions where they're at. What you're seeing right now is an attempt to try and make the market look strong. Hold your positions. Hold your positions. Don't leave yet. Here's some breadcrumbs. Let me feed you. Let me feed you and make you feel strong, so that when it comes time, I can just tank this thing, pull the rug out, and nobody will see it coming. AP says I come here for the free Ortex data. GD says wait, Sammy says, why are you so convinced? I mean, I am too, but I just want to hear your version. I'm seeing something that I've never seen before. I saw it when I got in January of last year, but I saw it through GME. I saw investors who were banding together to make changes and bucking the system. And it was the kind of change that I felt was the kind of change that was going to have historical impacts on the market. And so I believed. Um, and when I saw that retail was moving on to AMC after GME, to make AMC the next standing ground, I took that stand with the rest of retail because I wanted to be a part of this. For me, it really started out as being a part of history making. Then it became more. But why do I believe? Because the numbers tell me that I should. Everything that I see, numbers wise, says that we're holding. So I don't have any reason to not believe. And it's been rough. We have gone through some rough shit, and we're still holding. I've been in this thing all the way up to 72, and I didn't sell. Because I knew that wasn't the end. I'm still here. It'll go higher. And I think that as long as the community believes in the community, there's a future. I guess that's why I'm still convinced. Casey, if there are billions of synthetic longs, if the majority of the weight of this stock is in long, I think you meant positions, how do we light the fuse without retail selling, forcing brokers to find real shares? So I have this theory. And it's a very it's kind of a weird theory, and I'm not trying to suggest that we sell shares, but I think at some point, some portion of retail or institutions will sell shares back into the market, much like they did in November. But when there's the biggest amount of need for shares on the market and those sales start to occur, is when we'll start to see this thing really taking off, or the market will crash and we won't have to see any sales going into the market. There will just be a demand for shares. The margin calls will occur and there will be a demand for shares and there won't be any available. So, but I do have a strange theory about that. I don't really like to talk about it because it's kind of a in a weird kind of way. It's a reverse dilution, but it's theoretical and it's really not worth talking about. Einstein says PPT is working overtime. I really think they are super overtime. Biden signed the crypto executive order. Boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There was let me look it up and see if I can't find it. There was a posting by the Rich Dad Poor Dad. Let me look up his name real quick here, and I want to show you guys this. This is really interesting to me. I can't remember it. Robert Kiyosaki. Robert Kiyosaki. If you guys don't know who that is, no big deal. It's just a guy, just an author of a book. Just not a big deal. But what he had to say was interesting to me. Very, very interesting. If you know who he is, then this may mean something to you. But if you don't know who he is, then it may mean nothing. He says, this is his verified Twitter account, the real Kiyosaki. I hope I'm not slaughtering his name. I'm gonna start from what he tweeted 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, he said, politicians and diapers must be changed often, and for the same reason. Mark Twain. You know what? Mark Twain was a brilliant person in my mind. 3 hours ago, he says, Biden blames Russia for high oil prices. Biden is a loser. Biden is a liar. He is bankrupting his own people, his own country. He is doing to America what he did to Afghanistan and now Ukraine. Biden is scum. Beg for forgiveness if you voted for him. I don't necessarily agree with this, guys, but this is his words. But this is what I really wanted to read to you. 22 hours ago, he says, bye-bye Bitcoin. Prediction, Biden to sign executive order regulating cryptos. Next, Fed crypto. Next, all cryptocurrencies seized and folded into government crypto. Quotations, let's go Brandon, you criminal, you caught me. His tweet just before that says, do you have a plan B? We are the biggest bubble in world history. Bubbles in stocks, real estate, commodities, and oil. Future question mark? Possible depression with hyperinflation. My plan B? Be an entrepreneur. Stay out of the stock market. Create own assets. Use debt as money. Save GSBC and guns. So Park Air, AP, who's here on the channel, he figured out the G and the S, which is gold and silver. Save gold, silver. I want to say BC is Bitcoin, but we're not sure. That was my suggestion, was BC was Bitcoin. But if they're going to bankrupt Bitcoin, I don't know why you'd want to save it unless rolling it over into the new cryptocurrency is going to make you a lot of money. I'm not sure which. But it says save GS, BC, and guns. It'd be interesting to see what you guys' thoughts are on BC. Thought this was very, very interesting. This is more, all the other political stuff up above I don't care about. This was interesting to me. The Rich Dad, Poor Dad guy said this. I think he's kind of right about that. Gary Gensler is about to start the open commission meeting. Oh, you met him before, Real Rugged? That's cool. He's been screaming the sky is falling for a long time. Some people are early. Some people are early to the game, man. I've been screaming it since last year, so I was early too. If everyone is trying to find money to prop up the market, then how would they afford to pay us if they already are using the money, majority of their money to prop up the market? They get forced into selling. Liquidation is what it's called, Ryan. They're trying to prop up the market right now, but when that fails, the market will crash, the liquidations will occur. So money has to exchange hands, right? So like we're not just going to get money out of thin air. The money comes from the inflated market. As prices drop, they have to liquidate their positions in long institute or in long positions and start divvying out that money to the people that they owe it to, whoever's ripping. Brent crude oil, real rugged, same for BC. What do I think about AMC crypto? So here's the deal. I actually watched like the first portion of what Trey talked about last night. Boy, man, I don't know if you guys saw that or not. His live yesterday. I tuned in for probably like the first I don't know, I want to say 15 minutes or 20, maybe it was just 15 minutes. I was really afraid he was going to say that we needed to do share dilution, and he didn't. He's actually against it. Now, I want to make a very clear point to you guys, a very clear point. You don't have to agree with me. You do not have to agree with me about share dilution. However, remember, Trey pushed. Originally, he said no to share dilution. Then he had the Adam Aaron interview and was all for share dilution. Now, Trey stands heavily against share dilution. Why would Trey flop? Why? Is it because he saw what share dilution did when they did it back in June? Yes, I believe so. I don't know that he'll necessarily come out and say it, but I think that may be the reason why. Just saying. He's flip-flopped his positions from no to yes to a hard no on share dilution. Trey's a smart kid. He really is. And I'm going to keep calling him a kid because I'm 45 years old, Trey. I'm always going to call him a kid. He could be my son. He could be my son. But he's a smart kid. AMC father says bronze and copper. He just left out the comma. So he's just talking about the commodities? Because I mean, Bitcoin doesn't make much sense to say BC, right? Like it doesn't. I mean, he's just sitting there bashing on Bitcoin, and then he's, it wouldn't make much sense to say BC, right? So that could be a possibility because those are commodities as well. Copper is extremely hard to come by these days. I don't know why bronze. Bronze, I don't know about that one. The preppers kit. GS, gold, silver, oil, and guns. I mean, that makes sense, Alex. That really does make sense. Brent crude could be BC. Because it was funny when we first were reading the tweet last night. I had said the G was gas. Save gas. I was like, gas is going to be worth a lot of money. If you could save gas, save it. You could go sell it out on the street. get yourself a big huge tank in your backyard. Go out and buy gas for $4 a gallon or however much it is where you're at right now, and a year from now start selling it for double the price. You might have to add some additives into it to make it to keep it staying good, but people will buy it. Oh, it's 6 minutes after, guys. I got to go into. I'm going to read through all your stuff here real quickly, and then I'm going to move into taking a look at our numbers. How much value you think the dollar is going to lose after this? No idea, Ryan. No idea. Rico said same share dilution could be a good. The person that he's getting his information from, the original person, the originator of the document suggesting that share dilution is a good thing. He drank some of the Kool-Aid. The problem is that if you go back and you research the dates and the times and everything that's said in that article, um, it's it's uh, it's not factually correct. So it is really bent crude? It makes sense. It actually really makes a lot of sense. I mean, if Bitcoin was wrapped into an like if the government said you can trade your Bitcoin into our new cryptocurrency, United States cryptocurrency, whatever it's going to be called, if they said that, that would be a reason to hold on to it because you could just flip your Bitcoin over to whatever standard American cryptocurrency that is, and they might even give you a 1-to-1 ratio, right? And that would be amazing because then all of a sudden your devalued cryptocurrency might actually go up in price because I do believe that American government cryptocurrency would massively rise in price very quickly, especially if they outlawed all these other cryptocurrencies, and especially if it's the new currency of the United States, if it takes over the dollar. So think about that. So if you hold on to your Bitcoin, even though it tanks and you can trade it over for a 1-to-1 on a new American cryptocurrency, that might be huge. You could make a crap ton of money on that. So I don't know. I don't know what to think, but let me move into the numbers here, and we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Let me update Fidelity, and I'll take you guys over to the other page. I mean, that would be the way to do it. For the American government to come in, create their own cryptocurrency, and say we'll give you a 1-to-1, regardless of what the price difference is. We'll give you a 1-to-1 swap over. You give us your Bitcoin because they won't have your key. So in order for you to transfer it over, you'd have to give them your key and transfer it, or not necessarily give them your key, but you would have to just use your key to transfer it over. And it maybe only be like a one-time offering, right? It may be like, okay, for the next month, you have a chance at a 1-to-1 ratio. Otherwise, forever after that month, you're going to have your cryptocurrency will only be able to be used outside the U.S., wherever it's supported, but not here in the U.S. And then you just watch the people flock from whatever cryptocurrency they're in into the American cryptocurrency. It'll just be insanity. Because then you would have a consolidation of every single cryptocurrency into one, and you wouldn't have all these separate cryptocurrencies. So that's why when somebody asks me whether I think cryptocurrency is a good thing for AMC, it might be. I mean, we would be one of the first companies that would offer cryptocurrency, accept cryptocurrency, and let's see, create, buy. Oh, and then I think the third one's sell cryptocurrency. I think that's the trifecta. I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong. Let's take a look at our numbers. It's time. It's past time. Price prediction tally points. Look who's leading. The guy with the lowest number. He's leading the way. Yes. Yes. I'm sucking this week, guys. Price predictions have just been poor for me. Let me tell you, Eric's doing a great job. He's leading the way this week. He's got a perfect record so far. He had a perfect record last week. He's trying to do what he's done before in the past, where he's had 2 back-to-back weeks or 10 straight days in a row of predicting price within a $3 range. My price prediction for today remains the same as it was yesterday at 15.5 to 18.5. I missed the price prediction by 11 cents yesterday. So I'm going 15.5 to 18.5. Eric's going 15 to 18. Same price he had yesterday. Keto says 14.78 to 17.78, and Monty is going 14.55 to 17.55. Moving down, short exempt volume, True Demons numbers here. Short exempt volume super high, really, really high. That's 486.2 thousand shares in the short exempt volume. It's always high whenever the short exemption rule is in place. They tend to put a lot of orders through those. So you can kind of tell based off of those numbers why that was so important for them to hit SSR when they did on Monday. Utilization still 100%. Day 21. Today is day 21 of 100%. And then day over day price increase, we had a 1.18% price increase yesterday. Looking at off exchange, our numbers from yesterday were low. And like I've said, based off the title for today in the for the show is, I'm actually gonna change the title at the end of the day after the show's over, because I put a title in there that's not entirely accurate, and I need to change it. So I will. But somebody has stopped trading as heavily, either stop trading altogether or stop trading as heavily into the off exchange. We've seen a huge drop, like a 5% drop, 5% drop overall, I think, out of the dark pools. So that tells me that either one or more institutions, could be either long or short, have stopped trading through the dark pools, whether it be they dropped out because they were forced out, or they dropped out because they're under scrutiny. I'm not sure which. So we'll see if they return or not. But let's go ahead and update it. I would expect to see a normal day would be around 43% at this time on the off exchange, and maybe 10 or 11 on EDGX. 41% on the off exchange, and EDGX is still super high. The EDGX has actually been continuously trading, and that's the ETF funds, the dark pools for the ETFs. We've still seen this number continuously be high, in fact, higher than we have seen it on a 30-day average. So I would suggest that whoever's trading into the dark pools for the ETFs is still remaining. So whoever it was probably not not a hedge fund or a market maker. It more than likely is a long position, just based off of that alone. But the off exchange is definitely lower than where it should be. And I don't know who. I'm still trying to figure it out. Ortex is showing 526,000 shares. Wait a minute, hold on a second here. What is going on? There we go. 526,000 shares have been borrowed so far for the day, according to Ortex. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.11%. I do want to note that the Ortex estimated current short interest is at 108.69. The last reported exchange short interest is at 104.19, so that would be a $4 million difference. Wait, shares? Yeah, that would be a 4 million share difference than the last reported amount. Where was I going from this? I just had a brain fart. Oh yeah, it's senior moment. Um, it happens. Like I've said time and time and again, moving to the top right hand side of the screen, institutional share ownership is going to kind of be stalled out for about a week or two here while we wait for 13Fs to kind of start rolling through again. We probably won't see much change during that period of time, and it's been 187.9 million shares in institutional ownership. Let me refresh it. Yep, still 187.924. If anybody wants to ask why that's the case, I'll be happy to explain it, but you'll have to wait until I can see what it is you're writing. Max pain for the day-to-day is at $17. We started out the week at 18, yesterday went down to 17, and then today it's still 17. And taking a look at the options, let's see where the most amount of volume is currently. For the calls, highest amount of volume at a $16 strike price. That's actually down from yesterday of 18. There's 4.9 thousand contracts. That's kind of high volume at 16. On puts, it looks like the highest amount of volume is currently also at a $16 strike price. It's not very common to see that. There's 2,000 contracts at 16. I want to say, yep, I want to say that the hedged positions are not so hedged. The other thing that I want to kind of point out here that you may not be seeing or may not be recognizing, whether you're looking at it or not, is that there are in the money, am I saying that right? Yeah, in the money puts that are being purchased at $19. In the money puts. That means somebody's buying a premium on, wait, am I saying that right? I feel like I'm saying it backwards. Let me think about this for just a second. Sometimes this stuff gets backwards in my head. In the money is when the price is, no, this is right. It's in the money. Yeah, somebody's buying in the money puts at $19. I don't know what the premium on that would be, but it's a very odd position to take. A very, very odd position. I like it. It's kind of, from a buying perspective, it's kind of, I feel like it helps to drive up the price. It certainly prevents the price from being moved down. I don't think anybody's mentioned this before. I don't think, some people have mentioned buying in the money calls, but nobody has mentioned buying in the money puts. That could actually have a positive effect on price movement. Well, just stating what I'm observing. Let me move a couple pages over and I'll take you guys over to the other screen. All right, so let's take a look at Ortex here. Here's our utilization at 100% for the last 21 days. Nice solid line across the top at 100%. On loan amount. Juicy numbers here, guys. Really, really juicy numbers. We drove up from 124 million shares on loan up to 128.4. So 4.4 million shares were loaned yesterday alone. Not alone, not a loan. But it did drive up, and that obviously is going to drive up the estimated short share interest of the free float. That's a very positive effect on that. What it also does is it lowers our on loan average age per day when you take on that many loans by a severe amount. You're now starting to see this indicator starting to drop again, which again, we're waiting on a countdown timer for a big spike in price that should happen sometime between now and the what's the date this occurred? March 2nd. So sometime between now and the 23rd. But with this number starting to dip a second time, we could see this could cause multiple days in a row of upward price movement in the futures based on that indicator. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not in the top 10. Ooh. AMC in 30th position. 62% buys to 38% sales. It's on the hairy edge. Hairy edge of not being good buy to sell order ratio, but our volume is definitely low compared to the rest of the market. I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to kind of go through here and see what the top 29 positions are, but it's loaded. I see that as volatility in the market. A lot of volatility in the market. But we still have a good ratio, so that's good. GME is not on the list. Trigger price for SSR today is 13.85. We'll have to move the marker for that a little bit later. Shares borrowed for this morning so far. Looks like there's an additional 50,000 there. Let's see. 150 there, so that's 200,000. Looks like they've borrowed another 200,000 shares since earlier this morning. I've got them at 2.7 million shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday's borrow amount was 3.1 million. And the fee, I just want to note to you guys, has been 7.7% for a while now. It's now up to 0.9. 6.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number's too high. Rent's too damn high. Remember that guy? NASDAQ is up 2.86, Dow Jones up 1.98, and the S&P 500 is up 2.3. Looks like it's trying to make a correction for how down the market was 2 days ago. The market is absolutely lit right now with 5,503 advancers to 1,997 decliners. The market is definitely heading up. The VIX is down 7.6. IWM is down or is up 2.25. Tesla is up 3.38. Amazon is up 2.09. Cinemark is up 6.17. Doge is up 4.59. Bitcoin is up 8.93. GME is up 1.28. Hood is up 4.51 and AMC is up 1.95. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have a 2 million plus inflow and 7.1 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what we got. 30. Looks like we're on pace for about 51.2 million shares traded for the day today. So we already have really low volume. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day today. It could, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll be good on my prediction, but I'm surprised at how low volume already is. If we just kind of come in here just a little bit and take a look at these minutes, they usually like to get it below 60,000 shares traded a minute in order for them to be able to manipulate the price the most. And some of these minutes are only like 37,000 shares. 50s. Yeah. Most of these minutes in here are all under 60K. On the daily interval, just looking at Vortex indicator and RSI, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.69. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.64. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.54. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with imminent crossover and RSI right down the middle at 49.82. what appears to be a lot of sidewards trading right now. Not deviating too much out of the Bollinger Band. Looks like we're waiting for something to happen. Is today the job report? I can't recall. Gary, I'm just going back up here. Gary, what I'm going to say is the number we were looking for yesterday was turnover. The final number yesterday, thanks to Anthony, was 234.48 million. That's what we're going to be. I'm going to start watching that on a daily basis and just kind of updating. Good morning, Proud Dad. Yeah, in the money puts is bullish, in my opinion. Correct. Yeah, if you sell them. In the money puts is a bullish bet if you sell them. I agree. I have not heard back from Weeble on the. Oh, wait, I have messages. Yeah, go away. Community assistant. No, I don't have. Still nothing. We will forward it to the relevant team. Once we get our updates, we'll get back to you immediately. Nothing back. Okay, CPI is Thursday. Cool. Thank you. Tesla's up 25. Let me just check my email real quick just to make sure, Gary. Sometimes they do contact you through email. So let me just make sure they didn't send me something. Nope, I don't see anything. I just want to let you guys know in advance. I think I will be doing an interview this weekend. I don't know if I think I normally do announce these. And I'm just gonna let you guys know just because I'm curious. I want to see where it goes. So again, I went onto a space call the other day, and Froggy Styles was doing his live stream on a space call. And almost instantly, when I walked into the room, somebody said, "Hey, Froggy, so and so, Casey Shaw's here. You said to let you know when he got here." And so then he asked me to be a part of his show in a collab. Froggy Styles. I've seen him on occasion. I haven't. I like his TA. I don't really know exactly who he is, and I'm always kind of a little weary, but just because I've had some I've had some learning experiences in the past, and I'm not trying to dog on him at all. I'm just saying that I'm always very cautious. I want to be very careful about who I bring into the community to talk to us. And so I'm going to do a video this weekend. I'm going to do a video with Froggy Styles. I'm going to have him on the show. I'm going to do a interview with Froggy. It'll be live, so you guys are more than welcome to come in and talk to him. I'm going to send him I always send out pre-questions to the people that I interview. I'm being upfront and honest with you guys. I always send pre-questions. I think it's important for whoever I'm going to interview to know what it is I'm going to ask them. And I want to surprise them and scare the crap out of them. So I'm going to send them a list of questions, and we're going to get a chance to get to know Froggy. He invited me onto his channel. I asked him if he could come onto mine first with an interview, and then I said I would go onto his channel and do a collab with him. So we're going to get a chance to know another YouTuber, which I think is cool. He might have something to teach us that we haven't heard. And so I'm really looking forward to having that interview with him this weekend. Hopefully, hopefully you guys will enjoy it. Badback, you changed your picture. What is that? I can't make out what it is. It looks like the Grinch. Is that the Grinch? I can't tell what that is. Oh, salty. I see what you're saying. But so if you buy in the money puts, then wouldn't the market try to let me think about this. Buy in the money puts. That means you're buying a premium. You're buying a premium on shares that, and especially if depending on how far it is, I feel like that's more. I mean, I understand what it is you're saying, but I feel like it's kind of bullish. Because if you get to collect on those shares when they're in the money after the time is expired, when they expire, then you would be net positive shares, which is bullish when you go to sell it. Or if you buy in the money puts, it would also cause the market to want to try to raise the price of the stock in order to make those out of the money and you be out money. So it seems to me like that's kind of bullish, but maybe I'm not understanding correctly. I'm not by no means, guys. I just want to tell you right here. And if Froggy is an expert in options, I can't wait to talk to him about them because I am by no means. You'll never hear me say I'm an expert on options. I understand how they work, uh, but I'm not an expert by any means. Joe says I used to spam your name on his chat. Casey, don't do it. Oh no. You're scaring me, man. Why? Uh, you shouldn't spam my name. That's not worth it. It could be, Anthony. It very well could be, but the problem is that here's my problem with that theory is that by the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the volume should match that number, and it doesn't. You know, hmm, hey Dan, you're welcome, man. I I can't agree with you more. Consistency is everything. It really is. Like when you were a kid, you could count on Sesame Street. And now look at it. Now look at it. It's no longer Cookie Monster, it's Veggie Monster. You can't count on anything being consistent anymore in life. It's terrible. It's terrible. Joe, can we squeeze by 2025? All right, Joe, we'll squeeze by 2025. I hope you have hope. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, sir. Anthony says dark pools don't have to report until the entire transaction is complete. Couldn't that take days? Yeah, but like I mean, as an example, Anthony, right? Like what was it, 200 and something million yesterday? It was 234.48 million. Like I don't care how many days you spread that out over, it's still going to be a huge amount. Huh. You just got me thinking. We'll have to wait to see what happens on a really large volume day, but you just got me thinking. What if on a really large volume day we ended up seeing that turnover be really small? And so that all the volume, all the backed up volume from previous days of turnover were compiled up into the volume of a day where we have like over 100 million plus. It'd be interesting to see. This is why we're going to start tracking the number. You get nothing. I mean, that's actually not a bad theory, Anthony. It's really not a bad theory. I hadn't really contemplated that too much, but I like where you're going with it. Um, Hopefully we can get an answer from Weeble how they calculate it, because honestly, that's it's a very odd number. And you're 100% right. It wasn't reported before, and I know that it is on other stocks. Mary said those those are casino chips. Well, that's what Bad Back said. Casino chips, poker chips. That might be right. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to take a look. When we have a high volume day, like a super high, like over 100 million shares traded in the day, we'll have to see how that affects that turnover value. Because if that turnover value is low on a day like that, then I would suggest that what you're looking at is indeed trades that are not being reported to the market, and they may be holding them to specific periods of time, holding them back. It's a really great observation, by the way, Anthony. If you want a free movie ticket, let me know. Oh wait, you already turned it down. That's right, I forgot. It's Wednesday, guys. I got 3 tickets to give away. I got to find some reasons to give out tickets here. I got at least one per day. That might be the answer then, Anthony. It could very well be the answer. Salty Dog, I want to understand this. I really do. Um, Buy a put in the money at 19. Option expires at 10. At 10. What's at 10? Option expires. Right, that's bullish. No. They don't have to. They don't have to purchase your option at 19. They have to buy it at 10. They buy it at 10 because if your strike price is, well, you said at 19. They can buy those shares from the market at 10. They don't have to buy it at 19. They can buy them at 10 and give them to you. They charge you 19. They charge you 19. You have to exercise. You have to exercise and buy them at 19, which is why you would sell the put before it got there because you wouldn't want to have to pay for $19 shares when it's only $10 a share. So you would sell the option prior to it. Um, oh, but if you're going to sell the option, then that means that you're betting on the market moving down. See, I look at it. I look at it at a different direction, right? I look at it from the point of how does the market try to look at it from this perspective? How does the market try to make your option that you've either bought or sold um, worthless? So if you buy a put, son of a gun. Hold on a second. This is going to make me upset because I want to understand this. Hold on a second here. Mm, it'd just probably be more helpful for me to just run a calculation and see what it looks like, which is right here. All right, let me try this. This is gonna annoy me until I figure it out. Oh wait, I have puts, or I have calls. I gotta change this. There we go. Buy. So we'll just call it for this week, and we'll put it for the same strike price, just because I want to see what it does here on the options calculator. So the strike price that they bought at was 19. So if I pick for this ending this week at 19, buying a put in the money would cost, like, we'll just say $3, and we'll go with the ask of 340. $3.40 for so $340 for one option. Jeez. You make no money on this. I mean, I just ran it. Like, I'm pretty sure these are purchased today, guys. This is today's current volume. If you look at a calculator, if you run a calculation on this, if you were to buy in the money put that expires this Friday at $19 strike price, the you don't make money unless this thing's drastically under 1550. Like, you're losing money the entire way. So let me plug in. Let's say that you're hoping for 13. Oh, come on. Did I freeze it? There we go. Yeah, I mean, you would have to be hoping that the price dropped down to $13. I mean, because even then you're only making $260. I mean, it's really not that much money. You'd be hoping for $13 by the end of the week. But you could sell it for anything lower than like 1540 and make some small amounts of cash. So whoever bought those is bearish. I mean, I understand that, but they're bearish in the sense that yeah, because they wouldn't want to sell over. They lose money. big time. It helps me to see it on a calculator. When I run these numbers through the options calculator, it really makes more sense to me. Trying to figure out options will make your head explode. Long calls are easy. That's easy. I can understand long calls, but sometimes when it comes to buying and selling options, when it comes to selling options, that's that's where your head really starts to explode. Understanding the difference between buying puts that are out of the money and buying calls that are out of the money is real easy. That's a real easy concept. Uh, Trying to understand buying in the money calls and puts is the next level, and then the level after that is buying and selling, or I mean, sorry, selling uh, puts in the money and out of the money and calls. And it's just like, oh my gosh, you really have to take a second to think about it. I'm reading what you're saying, Bird Eye. Vladimir Putin helped apes more than Jon Stewart and Adam Aron by crushing shorting the nickel prices. Somebody sold it, Einstein, but I'm talking about whoever bought it. Whoever bought those put options in the money put options at 19 are expecting the price to go underneath 1540, otherwise they're out money, based off the options calculator, and assuming that they got in for the ask price of um, there are some assumptions here, but assuming that they got in for $3.40 per option. Hey, thanks, Sammy. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the time decay is everything, right? Speaking of which, curious. Hmm. Yeah, time decay kills. Time decay definitely kills. Keto is saying that's got to be a high number. 10% of your subs watching your stream. I, I actually Keto. I haven't really looked at the numbers too heavily on it. Once in a while, occasions people will ask some of my moderators or some friends or whatever will ask me like some of my numbers, and so we'll go in and take a look at them and stuff. And one of the things I find very, very interesting is that I have some very skewed numbers compared to most YouTubers, and I don't understand why that is. But if you were to say, for example, compare me to any other AMC YouTuber, and I hate calling myself that, but if you were to compare me, the percentage of you who watch compared to subscribe is way higher, super, super high in contrast to any other YouTuber that's doing AMC. It's a very, very interesting thing to me. It makes me believe, I think, that people are paying for subscriberships. And I can't prove it, and I really don't care. I don't care because it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. But I think it's a very interesting statistic. I have reason to believe that that might be the case, that there are individuals who pay for subscriptions. But I don't really care. Who gives a crap? It's just that my numbers are way different than everybody else's. You can compare them, and it's just night and day differences. So I don't know. I don't really care though. That's right, Remtac. Black Swans. Yeah, get them, get them. Um, selling in the money puts, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. That makes sense. You know, Sammy, it'll happen. It'll happen. I'll make myself available. I will make myself available. But I want to say this to you guys. The wife will be with me, and you have to buy her a drink first before you buy me one because I'm only here because of her. So you have to buy her a drink first. If you don't, I don't want to drink. Don't you dare buy me a drink. Or you could buy me the drink and I'll pass it to her. That's fine too. Yes, Bird Eye, very good point. There's a freedom convoy of trucks heading to DC. Um, Weeble is saying turnover refers to the summation of the value of all trades during the day, which if and when you say value, the problem of that is that if you take the value of the total trade. So, for example, we worked this out yesterday, Red Dog. If you take the total amount of shares traded yesterday, which was 34, shoot, let me look it up here. 30, we'll just call it 35 million shares. Actually, let's just use a real number. We'll pull up a calculator here and I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is really interesting how you take the total amount of shares that were turnover, or call it a dollar amount, right? Take the total dollar amount of shares that were traded, right? Because it's calling it a summation of the value, right? So if you take the value of the total dollar amount and divide it into how many shares were traded, you should get the total valuation of how much the value was of the shares that were totally traded for the day yesterday. So let's do that. 234.48 million is the valuation. So let's see here. Yeah, yeah. Oops, dang it. Hate it when I do that. What was it? 234.48. Divided by our total amount of shares traded. Means that the valuation of all the shares that were traded yesterday would only be $6.68 a share. It doesn't work out. The math just doesn't work out. Because we didn't even come close to $6.68. So if that's the case, then here's what I would suggest. And I'm just gonna, this is tinfoil hat. Wait, hold on. I got something for this. Tinfoil hat theory. Tinfoil hat theory. Let's multiply this by 2. Actually, let's not. Let's take, what was the average price yesterday? We won't know what the average price was. What was the range? Let me check what the range was yesterday. The range in value between the high and the low. Let me write this number down. 6.685. Actually, we're just going to call it 6.9. We're going to round up. 6.69. And then we're going to say the range of prices that we experienced trading yesterday was between 1626 and 1438. Ah, nuts. Hate it when I fat finger something. Is $1.88 divided by 2 plus the low is 1532. So the range or the median price of the share price that was traded yesterday was 15.32. Now, let's divide that number by the 6.69, and it goes into it 2.28 times. Does that mean that there was 2.28 times the amount of synthetic shares traded on the market yesterday versus what was actually traded? Meaning was 2.2 million or 2.2%. What am I trying to say? Does that mean that out of the 100% of the shares traded, there was an additional 1.28 times the amount, or 128% more? Is that right? 128, something like that. Do you see where I'm going with this? Is that maybe what that means? I don't know. There was more share movement than there was in price. You might be able to figure out how many synthetics were traded throughout the day based off of based off of these numbers. It might be a possibility. Tinfoil hats on though. See, Red Dog's got it, and I think somebody, maybe it might have even been Red Dog that brought this up yesterday too. You're right. You're absolutely right. That would have to include the options as well. But it would only include exercised options, right? It shouldn't include. Let me think about that. It should only include exercise options in that calculation, because everything else is just the only ones that would make a difference would be exercised. I would think. You know what, Bird Eye? Give me a break, man. Cut me some slack. Where is the singing video shot? I've tried looking for it on YouTube. Ah, me singing. It's actually really easy to find. All you have to do is go through some of my, well, it's on my channel. You can find it. I think it's under a playlist. There you go. Don't make fun of me though, please. I don't know if I can handle it. I really don't like advertising my singing, so. And of course, it was just recorded on an iPhone in a single take, so there's no professional recording or anything. It's just me and a guitar singing, and it's on a phone. So, and there's actually other places you can find more stuff on me, but I just don't really like to advertise it. I'm not a performer. I've heard I've heard that to be the case, Doctor. Yes. For example, there were periods of time in the past where we've seen utilization drastically change in a single day. And then this is why I used to do the calculations all the time, Doctor, where I can't do a calculation on available shares to lend versus how many are being lent, because if you have 100% utilization, then whatever's on loan is your number. And I used to do the calculation every morning when we would go through the numbers and show everybody how many shares were available versus how many were lent and what the difference was and how much it was changing from day to day. You probably remember this. You've been around for a while. I don't do that anymore. Why? because you can't do a formula for figuring out how many shares are available left to borrow when you have 100% utilization, because 100% utilization means that whatever's on loan is it. That's it. But we just watched them borrow 4.4 million shares yesterday. So you're 100% correct. It is what's allowed to be borrowed, and we've seen that change on multiple occasions by drastic amounts. But for whatever reason, institutions are only willing to report 100% utilization currently. Remtax is Batman today again. Yeah, and that's, well, that may be the case, Bird Eye. That guy's got too much energy for me. Astro, and he is like, he's a quick thinker. That guy is a quick thinker. I don't know that I'd like to play poker with him. I have a feeling he might think like 4 or 5 levels beyond what I'm thinking, 10 times faster than I'm thinking it. The only way I would be able to beat him is if I could pick up his tells, and that actually might be really easy to do. Yeah, no kidding, Steven. You're not kidding. Oh, man. I want snow. I see where you're going with this, Doctor, but it's still a good indicator. Don't take it away from me. Don't take it away from us. It's still a good indicator. It means that it's there's stress, right? You want to know that there's stress. Is there stress or is there not stress? I can tell you this, right? I've kept these numbers for a very good reason. I wanted to know what our numbers were prior to everything kind of shutting down with utilization hitting 100%. So there was 26.6 million shares left to borrow on Tuesday, 2/8. The total amount of shares available to borrow at that time, which is before we hit 100% max out, was 148.4 million. So why am I saying that? It's because we're at 128 now. So if they were reporting 148.4 million shares available to borrow, and then suddenly it goes to 100% at 120 million shares, right? Then that means, we potentially have another 20 million shares out there that could be borrowed. So I kept these numbers for a reason. I wanted to be able to continuously monitor how many shares are on loan versus what was available before we moved into the 100% range. So just keep that in mind. That's why it's very, very important for us to continuously track numbers like this, right? Like if, oh, thanks, Sammy. Yeah, that's me playing the guitar. So, um, that's you distracted me, man. We have to keep track of these numbers because they're important. They're extremely important because when we see changes, uh, we know what to expect, or we at least know that something's changing, and that's a good thing. Who's Bjork talking to? I like Astro a lot, but I think he might suffer from a small dose of Dunning-Kruger effect. is a graph that basically shows experience and self-perceived knowledge over time. You know what it kind of reminds me, and I'm not trying to make fun of Astro at all. Do you remember the scene in Good Will Hunting? And he like absolutely rips the other guy apart, who's book educated but not life educated, and Will just like rips him a new butthole and says, "How you like them apples?" kind of thing. Um, you know, s- I, would that be an explanation of the Dunning-Kruger? Sorry, I said that wrong. Kruger, the Dunning-Kruger effect, because that's what it sounds like. Once you, there's a difference between knowing book knowledge and then applying book knowledge. And then once you become self-aware of more than just what you've read, then the experience kicks in and it helps you to be rounded. Yeah. I have to say, I think, Bird Eye, that Astro's self-educated, which tends to make him a little bit more like Will, a little bit, in the fact that he can think freely. Yeah, I'll take a look at it, Björk. Thank you. It's 10:07, guys. I'm past due time for checking the numbers here. So let me get into the numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point until you see my picture again, like you see it right now. Taking you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at off exchange. 41.39% was about 2% lower than what I would expect to see the off exchange at. 49 would be how much I would expect once I refresh this. Let's see if we hold the numbers. I'm going to guess 46.47 is where we'll probably end up being at. And then 1450 was EDGX an hour ago. Those are an hour ago numbers, so let's refresh. Oh wow, we're at 48.33. So we've gained some ground on the off exchange. It's really close to what I would expect to see on off exchange by this time of the day. The EDGX is at 13.47, which is well above the 30-day average, more than 1%. So those are strong numbers. Strong numbers. Off exchange being used almost as much as usual. Ortex refreshed. An hour ago, there was 526,000 shares borrowed. That is down to 439. That's going to lower the estimated current short-term interest just a tiny bit to 21.1% of the free float. Let's take a look at the options. I think it's very rare to see. I don't feel like I typically see that many in the money puts being purchased. It looks unusual, very highly unusual. I'm just throwing it out there. At a $16 strike price an hour ago, there was 4.9 thousand contracts. There's now 6.1, so that's kind of slowed down a little bit. That's where I would expect it to be in volume at this time of the day. On the puts, the highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price, which is a buck lower than it was an hour ago. And it's gone from 2,000 contracts at 16 to 3,000 contracts at 15. Yeah. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not on the list. In fact, GME was off the list earlier, and AMC was in 30th. Let's see if we've improved or gotten worse. AMC improved by 1 spot. We have a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio, which is just above where the minimum I'd like to see for buy-sell ratios. Today's not particularly doing well as far as buy to sell ratio goes, not compared to normal. I don't see GME on the list. Yep, they're not on here. Jimmy can't come out to play when his shares are locked away. I'll always say it. 1385 is our SSR trigger price for the day today. I have not moved that indicator yet. Pretty sure I counted those. And I counted. I don't think any new shares have been borrowed since earlier. I'm pretty sure I counted these earlier. Yeah, I did. Actually, I know I did. So no new shares borrowed in the last hour. 6.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. And the amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today is at 2.7 million, with 3.1 million being how much was borrowed yesterday. NASDAQ is up 2.77, trying to erase the losses from 2 days ago. Dow Jones is up 1.85 and S&P 500 is up 2.19. The market is definitely lit right now with 5,619 advancers to 1,891 decliners. The VIX is down 8.45%. IWM is up 2.6. Tesla is up 3.31. Amazon is up 1.6. Cinemark is up 5.95. Doge up 5%. Bitcoin up 9.25, GME is up 1.93, Hood is up 4.34, and AMC is up 2.01. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we have 2.5 million more shares of inflow. I said shares, I meant dollars. 2.5 million more dollars worth of inflow. And let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for 38.8 million shares traded for the day today. Very, very low volume on AMC. Really low volume. That's going to, my prediction of 20 to 40 million shares should be good, but I mean, it's looking kind of sketchy. I really feel like the market's consolidating right now. Well, I shouldn't say the market. AMC appears to be consolidating. So I need to wait for this trend to break back up to see where we're going to be heading, but I'll go ahead and draw the line across the top here. I don't know where the bottom's at on this, but it does appear that we're consolidating right now. If I was going to draw something off of this though, it might be something like that. We'll see if this holds. So we might see a breakout around here, leaving out just the tip. Might be a little too much tip. Let's try that. Yeah, I liked it where it was. The question is it going to break up or down? Looks down. Based on the trend, analysis here, this is saying ascending price. Ascending price followed with descending volume is bearish. So we'll have to see if that remains to be the same in a couple hours, because I mean this price could definitely consolidate down here and cause this line to point more towards the bottom side, and then you'd have falling price, falling volume, and that would be bullish. So we'll have to see and come revisit this a little bit later today. Let me just check one more thing here. That's what I thought. Guess what? Something happening. Who's the red line? Who is the red line? Ader? Something be happening. I don't know why I always choose to look over here. I should just type it in. What are you doing, Ader? What are you doing? I'll show you how I came up to that, why I decided to check out Ader, but I told you guys that I felt like the market was probably consolidating as a whole, just because of the way that I'm seeing this trade in here, and this is just feeling, guys. I can't teach you how to do this. This is just feeling. Every time I start seeing consolidation on AMC in a certain pattern, it looks to me, and especially with everything kind of trending upwards at the same time, it leads me to believe that there's consolidation. This to me looks very heavily, and I've shown this to you. I've shown you guys this chart several occasions, where we've had particular days where trading has done like the exact same thing across the board. What was the last time? Oh, here it is, right back here. So we had, this is the day right here where we had presidential speech go on, right about where this red line is here, and everything traded like almost identically across. There might have been like one or two that were just kind of slightly skewed, but after the president got done with his speech, they let it go, and stocks started crossing over each other in different paths. This is what it's supposed to look like when the market is trading normally, like this messiness, right? I've got, I'll tell you what's in this list here: AMC, GME, Amazon, Tesla, Netflix, Facebook, Ford, Snapple, PayPal, BBIG, Sens, Ader, CMG, and SNDL. I think the CMG should be taken out, but I'm just showing you this chart here. Um, this kind of noise in here is what I would expect to see, right? Like you should never see stocks trading exactly the same. Of course, it's okay for the market to be trading in similar uh, similar what's the word I'm looking for? Similar patterns, but not necessarily in the same amounts. And so when they stay inside their price zones without crossing each other, then something weird is happening. And look at yesterday. Look at that in comparison to some of this other noise back here. Yesterday was just a bunch of the same across the board. Across the board. Now, look at currently today. I think it's again the same thing. The same. There's not a whole lot of stocks moving or crossing paths, except for one individual, and it's this red line. This red line in here is different. One is not like the other. Remember that song, that Sesame Street song? One is not like the other. Yeah, something weird's going on here, and that happens to be ATER. So somebody has suggested out there that perhaps we have specific runners specific stocks that become difficult to control. And so you see the market trying to control just that one stock, get it back into the group, and then another one will kind of fall out of line. But I mean, this is just really weird, strange. It's too much uniformity. Normally in the business I work in, uniformity is great. You love uniformity. This is beautiful. In my opinion, this is a beautiful chart. It means everything's in control. But what does that mean when you're talking about a free traded market? When everything's in control? Somebody's controlling. That's not a free market. That's somebody controlling. This is not normal. It's the opposite of what a free traded market looks like. And I think we're seeing very similar things occurring today as well. But Donkey Kong, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. That's my opinion. I think the Fed is 100% keeping everything afloat right now. Feverishly. In fact, if we come over and we look at the VIX, actually, I'm going to refer back to my tweet because I think that one points it out the best. This yellow orangish colored line right here is control. This blue line is out of control. This blue line is saying, this blue line right here is buying pressure on the volatility index. This blue line is saying the market wants to blow up. I want to blow up. The yellow orangish colored line here on the vortex indicator is, you can see how it starts to swing bigger and bigger and bigger. It's getting louder and louder. The vortex indicator is like a shouting indicator. It's like a shouting indicator. And the more gap that you see between the blue line and the yellow line, or orange, whatever color you want to call this, well, let's call it brown. It looks brown. That is a shouting match. And somebody is trying to manipulate exponentially. This is weak. This is a weekly indicator right here. So, or weekly interval. So I think this goes back to June, no, August. No, sometime between July and August, they lost control. And they're trying to regain control. And it's just getting louder and louder. And this time, it may not be able to cross. And when that happens, complete failure of the market. If they can't regain control, there will be complete failure in the market. 4 ascending red candles. My new name for this? Run for the hills. This pattern will now forever be known as the Run for the Hills pattern. Weekly candlesticks, red, ascending. They're losing control. absolutely just losing control. Sammy, the way I want you to look at it is, as far as yeah, the red lines are going up. I know. I know. Ascending red candle. If you don't understand what a red ascending candles means, that's not how it's supposed to work. You don't have red ascending candles. That's not how it works. It should be red descending candles, not not. Oh wait, are you saying that the red lines? Wait, which ones are you talking? I don't know which lines you're talking about. It's time for me to take a break, guys. I'll be back at 11:05. I'm just gonna take just a tight. Oh, ascending red line. Oh, okay, yeah. So I know what you're talking about. So yeah, this red line down here is an ascending red line. Yeah, and the blue line is buying pressure, right? And this is a volatility index, right? So if you have buying pressure on the volatility index, then what you are seeing is increased volatility in the market. And so an ascending blue line means I want to blow up. A descending brown line means I'm trying to stop you from blowing up, but I'm getting further and further away from being able to prevent that from happening. And that's what you have. You have a descending, each one of these peaks going down is getting further and further away from being able to cross back over. I like that, Steven. Red is the new green. All right, I'm gonna take a break so we can go up in price. Jeff's spoken. It has been said. I'll see you guys back here at 11:05. For crying out loud, Casey. Why are you gonna put your collar up? Just turn the damn heat up in the house. It's cold in here. I gotta check this out. I feel like this is my my sailor look. Arr, I be hunting whales. Oh, you know who lives under the... Wait. You know what time it is, kids? Who lives on a pineapple under the sea? Let's see here. Hold on a second. I gotta check the temperature in this house. There's something going on here. This is just... I feel like I need to go for like coffee cup number 2. It's not that cold. I'm turning the heat on anyways. Captain Crunch, it's the beard. It's the beard, matey. I hate this beard. I hate this beard with a passion. I really hate this beard with a passion. I hold this beard in disdain, but eventually it will come off. 90. We got to hit 90. Good morning, James. Volume is really low, Yishin. Definitely. What's the dog doing? It's pumping. So is the Bitcoin. I have a feeling. I don't know. The market must see something. I'm not sure if it's a pump and dump or if the market is still seeing them, or if institutions and retail is seeing the market as being bearish and still trying to escape to higher ground. Maybe part of the reason why we're seeing cryptocurrencies pump. With the president signing the bill that he signed, or the presidential order, I don't fully understand it, honestly. So I guess we'll see in time. Looks like AMC tried to break out, but really what this is I was trying to guesstimate earlier when I left before break where the bottom edge of this line was going, so I just used like a previous point down here to try and show you guys where we might potentially head. What I would probably do now is change this just slightly to something more like this. Oh. So again, I'm pretty sure this is going to break out down. We have an ascending wedge, and the trend channel on this is probably going to point towards the top, which means it's going to break out going down more than likely. And that would also, so that means price is moving up, volume is falling down. That's bearish. So I would expect an imminent breakout going down probably within the next very short period of time here. But the one thing I will say about ascending any kind of wedge type channel is that it's very difficult to predict which direction it's going to break out. So if it does break out going up, great. Not a big deal. I'm okay with being wrong. They are difficult to predict. I just try to use like trend analysis with volume analysis to try and figure out which way it's going to go. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Had me some frosted mini wheats for lunch. All right, other page. All right, taking a look at the options. 48.33 and 13.47 an hour ago is now 49.58 and 14.16. Man, the CBOE EDGX are definitely stuffing away price discovery into the ETFs right now. Off exchange, not as high as I would expect. Again, 48, 49, 50. Those are the kind of numbers we've been having ever since last Thursday. So again, this is part of the reason why the title for today is the title the way that it is. You know, who's dropped out? Somebody's no longer using the off exchange like they used to. Who? Sound like an owl. Who? If it's not a parakeet, it's an owl. An hour ago, there was 439,000 shares according to Ortex that has been borrowed. It's now up to or down to 262. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.08%. And taking a look at options. Call volume an hour ago at a $16 strike price had 6.1 thousand contracts. It's now up to 7.9. And on the puts, at a $15 strike price, there was 3,000 contracts an hour ago. Is now 4.8. So the market's still kind of signaling for a close somewhere between 15 and 16. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not in the top 10%, or not 10, the top 10. I don't know why I threw percent in there, I just did. AMC currently in 29th. It's the same place we were an hour ago. We have 60% buys to 40% sales. Just throwing this out there. It has been a very long time since we've been underneath the 60-40 buy to sell ratio. So retail is not retail may be losing buying pressure right now. I'm not saying we're selling, but I don't like being under 60-40. No shares borrowed in the last hour. 6.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR trigger price is 13.85. There's a fake little attempt breakout there. We'll see if it holds. NASDAQ is up 3.17, Dow Jones up 2.28, and the S&P 500 up 2.69. VIX is down 8.68. IWM is up 2.9. Tesla is up 3.28. Amazon is up 1.69. Cinemark is up 6.04. Doge is up 4.83. Bitcoin is up 9.05. GME is up 4.03, Hood is up 3.83, and AMC is up 3.25. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have 4 million more, 4.4 million more in inflow than outflow. We're on pace for 30.32 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the daily interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.84, which is right down the middle. On a 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.86. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with, sorry, scratch that, reverse it. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.77. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.62. This one's really difficult to see, guys. This is a good example of what I'm talking about. You may not be able to see the pixelation on your screen, but on my screen, the angle of attack on the selling pressure is higher than the angle of attack on the buying pressure. So this is why this is more selling pressure than buying pressure. But RSI is 54.21, which is pretty much right down the middle. Let's get these Bollinger Bands up here. Yep, kind of figured that would be the case. All right. Sammy says, Doc, we'll be dust before we know it. Enjoy your life. However you please. Alcohol and dope are good vices, in my opinion. I get high at night once the working day is over. I love it. Wow, I stepped in the middle of a conversation. Never mind. I'm not going to read these out loud. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! I'm matey. We're here. We're here to hook us some hedgies. We're going to use them like chum. We'll chum the waters with hedgies. Silver Surfer saying that block trades yesterday, retail is hardly buying. It's all institutional movement. I don't doubt it. Gary, don't have a good day. Have a great day. Yeah, I think a lot of people really want to know the answer to that. Donkey Kong. I have mixed feelings about what you said there, Pebbles. Mixed feelings. The only reason I say that is um, because of what we're doing. I think Hmm. How did they say it? There's no news unless there's bad news. So in other words, like AMC will never make the news if there's only good stuff happening. So the only way that we can actually continuously get AMC kind of up there and out there in the as a front runner topic or something that's trending as a topic within society in general is to make sure that there's news, continuous news about the company happening, regardless of whether it's uh, us um, doing something that were reported about apes in general, or if it's Adam Aaron using our situation to promote the company. To get him on TV to talk about the company is super important. Like I know every every time he gets up there to talk, the stock price seems to crash, and everybody's not cool with that. But that's for a reason. That's for a reason. And they want us to look bad when he's talking. So it's I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. It really is. Yes, that's correct, Stephen. He did say 90% plus. He said more than. Let me check the news real quick here. See if I'm not missing out on anything. Three reasons to stay bullish on AMC stock was published 2 days ago by The Street. Let's see what it is they got to say. Oh, The Street's written by Wall Street memes. This might be a little biased. Yeah, I'm going to skip reading this one. The Batman ushers in new era of movie ticket price hikes. AMC theaters charged $1 to $1.50 more to see the Batman, which nevertheless opened to an impressive. Whoa, I lost my place. 134 million in the domestic box office. I'm just kind of reading through some news here. don't see anything really. Here's a post here that I just found on Reddit. Somebody says, has anyone done DD on AMC board members? A long time ago, guys. I don't remember if you remember this or not, but when we did the last shareholder vote, we were actually voting for the extension of 3 board members to the board. I think it was 3, and I actually did a write-up for it. And I did. I went in and actually did a really extensive review on those board members. I was super critical, super critical of each board member and their actions. Maybe almost too critical. Let me just see if I can find it real quick here. And the reason that I did that was because I felt like it was important to educate both myself and the community as to what was their background, because I don't think people will actually sit down and take the time to try and figure out who the board members are of a company. So I'm just going to read off the 3 because I don't know, I just feel like talking about it. Let's see if I can find it here. I'm like trying to read the computer screen, going like, why is it so hard to read? Oh, so much better. I post too much. How many months ago was that? Let's say 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 9 months ago. Yes, here we go. So the 3 that we voted on were, was it 3 or 4? Okay, yeah, the 3 that we voted on were Philip Lader, Lader, later, Philip Lader maybe? Later, probably. Gary F. Locke and Adam J. Sussman. And then I provided links. I'll give you guys. Do I want to give this? I'll throw it out here. This is kind of my write up on the breakout the vote from last year. Just to kind of give you guys like an idea of some of the things. But I'll just read over this. So, Mr. Later, I should probably pronounce it correctly because it probably is later. Mr. Later is 75 years old and has an extremely long list of accomplishments to his resume. On 6/14/21, Mr. Later sold 14.25 thousand shares for the first time since being awarded shares for $49.54 a share for a total of $705,000. Mr. Later was first awarded shares in 7/9 of 2019. Morgan Stanley relationship with AMC? Question mark. There are 2 types of individuals that I think should be brought to the board. Those who can bring fresh ideas moving forward that will help to revitalize AMC and make it relevant in our current times. The other type of persons will have connections and power that will help AMC to make links to funding and strong institutional buyers. Mr. Later only fits the bill for one of these marks. With 2 other board members leaving, that will give Adam Aron the ability to fill the board with people who can best help him find the correct path into AMC's future. I'm not happy that any of the 3 board members paper-handed away shares. I felt differently about how they were selling back in those days. I really did. I've changed my viewpoint since then. I came to the realization that that's their money, and after rereading what it is that I wrote several months ago, 8 months ago, I feel differently now about it, and I've shared that with you guys. But after and so when I say paper handed away shares, it sounds harsh, but in my opinion, buy and hold is what we were trying to do at the time, and so I see it as paper handing away. So I wrote, I'm not happy that any of the 3 board members paper handed away shares, and surely they understand the message it must be delivering with an impending squeeze at hand. If it weren't for Mr. Later's connections, I would be voting abstain. Scratch that. I'm going to abstain. If you don't believe in AMC, then you sell shares. I can't stand behind any board member who thinks now is a good time to sell out for the company. I believe Adam Aaron can find better board members who believe in the company and that have the type of background that Mr. Later has. I've flip-flopped. I flip-flop, guys. I'm reading you something that I wrote 8 months ago. I feel differently about it now. I feel that if we're going to vote for share approval to give to these board members, then it's theirs to do what they choose with. That's their bonuses. They should be able to do whatever they want with those shares. And I've said that before. I've definitely changed my viewpoint. So it happens. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to have differing. You're allowed to have differing viewpoints in the future. You know, perhaps somebody maybe explains something to you a certain way, and you go like, yeah, you know what? That really makes sense to think of it in a different light. And I do. I feel differently about it. Gary F. Locke. Mr. Locke is 71 years old and has a very prestigious. No, I already read that one. Just kidding. Wait. Nope. That's not the same one. Gary F. Locke. Mr. Locke is 71 years old and has a very prestigious political background. Mr. Locke has sold shares twice in June of this year, and that was last year, of course, and are his first sales ever in the company since first being awarded shares as of 2/24/2016. From his sales, he sold 36,000 shares for an average price of $50.25 a share, totaling 1.81 million. Opinion: while Mr. Locke may have excellent ties with China, China is no longer invested in AMC through Wanda LLC, and that does not fare well with AMC's ability to further a stronghold in the Chinese market. If AMC's objective moving forward with Mr. Locke as a board member is to move into the Chinese market, AMC will struggle to accomplish this. As such, the need for somebody on the board with China contacts does not further AMC's future plans to keep the company afloat in its current markets. With Mr. Locke's multiple sales of company shares and China's move to no longer be invested in this company, as seen with the multiple sell-offs of the company's shares, the board directors stepping down, I think Mr. Locke's and board directors stepping down. Some of the board directors from China stepped down. I think Mr. Locke's board member seat should be best given to somebody who has immediate potential for helping the company moving forward. Adam J. Sussman. No wiki. I couldn't find any wiki information on Sussman. Mr. Sussman is 49 years old and has a vast history with working with big companies. Mr. Sussman sold shares for the first time on 6/9/2021 since having been awarded shares of the company since 5/6 of 2019. The amount of shares sold was 13,677 shares at $52.19 a share for a total of $713,000. Opinion: I think it's fair to say that moving forward, Mr. Sussman, while having the least prestigious political career, has the best record for working with companies that would help to benefit AMC long term, aka Disney. If it weren't for his sales of shares last month, I would be inclined to vote in favor of Mr. Sussman to be on the board. It didn't matter. They all 3 stayed. But I actually, of the 3 board members that are still on the board, guess what's happened since then? AMC has locked in contracts with Disney to make movies released to the theater. I would venture to say that Mr. Sussman's presence on the board would probably had something to do with that. And so, of the 3, I remember when I went through the different board members and kind of look at their backgrounds and look to see where they were from, what their past history was, what they did. He had the least amount of prestigious background, but he had connections. And connections are important, really, really important in this business world. And they were with Disney. And Disney releases big blockbuster movies. Big, big blockbuster movies. Gotta have somebody on your board that's got Disney connections. And I think he was probably one of the best choices to have on the staff out of all 3. I don't know about the other 2 gentlemen. I'm really happy with his VP that he just selected. I can't remember her name. Karen something. No, maybe it's not Karen. Maybe I'm just saying Karen because that's a name. What was her name? I gotta look this up now because I feel embarrassed that I don't know. Ellen. Why did I say Karen? Oh, Kopakin. Maybe that's why, because there's a K in Kopakin. I don't know. Ellen Kopakin. She's going to be heading up the popcorn side of the business, and she's got huge experience in with Frito-Lay and I think somebody else. I can't remember. There's another company. Might have been PepsiCo and Frito-Lay. I think that's a great choice. I think he picked a great person to move in onto the board. Karen has nothing to do with Ellen. I'm so embarrassed for myself. I apologize, Ellen. I mean, yeah, it is important to have evolving. I mean, I just mentioned it this morning with Trey, and I called Trey a smart kid. Why do I call him a kid? Because he's old enough to be my kid. That's why. He's a grown man. He's a grown man, but in my eyes, he's a kid because he could be my kid. Smart kid. And you're right, Dan. 100%. Trey went from saying no to share dilution to saying yes to share dilution to saying no to share dilution. Evolving, learning, smart kid. He's not he's not dumb. Trey is a smart guy. He's done more in his first 24 years of his life than I probably ever have. And my hat's off to him. So I agree with you. And it makes me sound smart too. Casey's trying to emphasize how old he is and how young Trey is. I'm not trying to emphasize it. I think he's young. It's weird. It's weird for me because my son who just joined the military. Uh, well, let's see. Yeah, 20 years old. Is that right? That he's 20 years old this year. Yeah, in June. In 3 more months, my son's going to be 20 years old, so he's only 4 years younger than Trey. And it's just really, I guess kids grow up fast, man. They grow up really quick. It feels like yesterday that Bradley was just a little young guy. It feels like it was just yesterday. And now here he is, almost 20 years old. He's in the military, going to be able to drink in another year. Oh boy. Can't wait to hear those stories. Can't wait for the popcorn with free NFTs and movie tickets. No kidding, but Donkey Kong. No kidding. Sammy Boy, I think that's a great idea. And Sammy Boy also agreed Trey is the original AMC drummer. I agree. I mean, who did I watch? Who did I watch before I ever started doing this? I watched Trey. I watched a little bit of Andrew Mo Money. I didn't really watch Matt, only on a couple occasions. Just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Too dry. Andrew Mo Money was kind of dry too, though. Yeah, it was Mo Money, Trey, and oh, Stock Swinger. I really like Stock Swinger a lot. I don't know if you guys have seen him or not. Every single day, he's always pulling up information that nobody else has really kind of found. I think he's got a really good eye for finding stuff that nobody else is kind of touching on. I haven't watched him in a long time though. If Adam Aaron includes NFT incentive, popcorn will fly off the shelves. I agree. Man, Remtac. I miss Jeffrey. Including living in his car, he's come a long way. Yeah. You know what, Sammy? I agree. People really did. I had serious disagreements with Trey when he went for share dilution. Major disagreements. I went this way and Trey went that way, and I even unsubscribed from Trey because I was so pissed. I was like, "Kid, no. This is not right. Don't do this. You're getting suckered into something we shouldn't do." Like I felt like Hanzo. "Hey, kid, you just don't know how things work around here." I felt like Harrison Ford. Let me tell you something, kid. But and it really we went two totally different directions, but I had been following Trey so like adamantly because I saw eye to eye with everything he was saying right up until that point. I was like, no, no, Trey, not this one. And oh yeah, I actually saw a video, Israel, where he posted that. What was it you guys said? You said oh yeah, but him living out of his car. I mean, he had done so many, like there were so many different stories that Trey had that made me feel like his heart was in the right place. And eventually I came back and started watching him again. I kind of let it go. I felt like I was holding on to a grudge that I just didn't need to hold on to, and we're all allowed to have our own opinions, and I didn't need to have a grudge against Trey for him feeling a certain way about the topic. Um, but I just felt let down, I guess. And but I corrected myself, and the kid's got a good heart, and he doesn't have a good heart, right? That's the most ironic thing out of it all, is that Trey has probably one of the most dedicated hearts um, to this community, and yet it's his heart that fails him, and that sucks, man. It sucks. Ugh. Pantheon and Lion Trader have some really solid coverage on this whole AMC saga. I gotta start watching them. Yep, I'm with you, Mary Set. You know, Steven, I don't know. I don't know if he sold or not. I don't care. I really don't. Um, I would have cared back then. I would have definitely cared back then. Um, hmm. It's a tough one, man. That's tough. It's tough, right? Like if he wasn't being honest with the community and he just went ahead and sold off, his entire position, um, and then was still, gung ho for the community and everything, then I have a problem with that. I don't think he did that. I think I want to believe I want to believe that he had lawyers talk to him and told him that he couldn't continue to discuss his positions. But I don't know that he's ever necessarily said that he sold off his entire position with AMC. And if he did sell off some shares on the way up to 60 to 70, I guess that's his prerogative. I don't feel like that's necessarily being genuine, but yeah, I'm gonna say what Steven said. I hope he didn't. I'd like to think that he didn't. I agree with you, Donkey Kong. And when I went on my break, I'll tell you what I did, or what I'm thinking about doing, or what I thought of doing. For those of you who've seen me have this like Twitter blow up in the last 24 hours, where I called somebody out on share dilution, I'm thinking about inviting them to the channel. I'm thinking about inviting them to the channel and discussing their point of view. And having a one-on-one talk, because if there's anything I hate more in this community is the division between apes. I hate that. I don't want to be the person that causes division. And if they feel that they can set forth a valid argument to share dilution to the community, then I want to be able to provide that ability to either show them a difference in opinion or not, and then let the community decide. Because I think that honestly that it's the community's decision. I've always given you guys the decision to make what happens with this channel here. I want you guys to have the ability to decide how history plays out. So why not just do that? I'm going to give you guys a choice right now. There it is. Yes or no, it's up to you guys. You guys get to decide. I can't promise you that they'll say yes. I have the ability to contact the person. So depending upon how you guys decide to vote, I will reach out. And it's up to you. And I'm not going to try and berate the person or belittle them. I want a true, honest debate, a true discussion of minds. Somebody who feels strongly a certain way, based off of the data that they've researched, and then question, and look for answers, because that's how you get to the truth. There really is. The only way you can truly get to the truth is through discussion. So I'm going to reach out if you guys say that I should. I mean, that's my opinion as well, WM. It's quite frankly my opinion as well. And I'll tell you that I will tell you guys this too. I will give him in advance every question that I'm going to ask. I will let him decide in advance how he chooses to answer his questions, or the answers, or answer to the questions that I'm going to give him. So it's one-sided, right? I'm giving him the opportunity to defend his thesis. It's not me trying to attack him. It's just me trying to understand where he's coming from. I'm not going to make him easy questions. That's for sure. And this is the other thing too. Anybody that I have onto the show, I give them an opportunity to decide which questions they want to answer and which ones they don't want to answer. So we'll see what happens. The guy who convinced him, Splinter. I think I should go to the source. You don't ask another YouTuber who just pulled information from somebody else to come on and answer for somebody else's thesis. It's not right. I'm going to ask the source. Dang, man, they are pushing this down hard. Whoa. $500,000 shares. No, Trey is not. Trey is not a fan of share dilution. I actually listened to like the first 15 minutes of Trey's live yesterday because I was making dinner, and at first I thought Trey was going to side with share dilution, and but what Trey said was what would you guys do if, or how would you feel if AMC were to issue an NFT uh, to with a stipulation that all proceeds for the NFT from shareholders who were buying the NFTs as a donation were, if those proceeds were to go towards paying down debt, would you buy a share or not? And I voted yes on it. I would do that. I would donate money for an NFT to help pay down AMC's debt. I would much rather do that than have AMC issue more shares into the market and then have us all have to buy more shares over a long period of time to try and get to MOASS. It's ridiculous. So I voted yes to it. I would do that. I would pay for those. I would donate. Yeah, it's not Rico. It's not Lou, Alan. I don't know that I don't know that Lou could have a debate. I really don't. I think that the name of the person who put out the information is Esther. I think Esther could um, speak very well on their own behalf in a defense of their thesis. I don't think Lou could could do that. I don't know what a fuzzy bear is. I don't know what an AMC fuzzy bear is. But Donkey Kong, but it is Esther, and I don't know I don't know what that is. Einstein says the only word I want to hear from Adam Aaron is dividend. Lou has this amazing way of talking in circles, and that's why I think he wouldn't work. I mean, he Lou would have like the politicians type answer where you don't really feel like you're getting an answer, but for some reason or another, uh, when they finish, you're like, okay, well that must have been an answer. Let's move on. you know, you get done, and after you get done, you're just like, wow, I just heard a bunch of BS, but for some reason, I think we should move to the next question. You know, it's just that's my opinion. I have no idea. But I would bet you that the markets could suddenly is going to start getting very volatile here. We're going to see volumes Well, it only spiked for 1 minute, 500,000 shares in the first minute, and then back down to 60,000 shares a minute again. So it just looks like a quick attack down. I'm a fuzzy bear? What's that? I don't know what fuzzy bears are. I am not a bear. Monty said, I like, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, Monty. I don't disagree. I would only do the NFT to pay off debt if all executives refuse to take bonuses until the debt is fully paid off. I think that's fair. I mean, I don't think everybody has to think that's fair, but enough people might think that. Yes, it's. I don't believe there's an H in there. It's just Esther. Ester. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the survey, Najib. I saw it. Right, Dan, which is why I'm not a bear. I'm definitely not a bear. Space Ape says I remind him of Jack Black with the beard. Uh, I am not as eccentric as Jack Black, but man, wouldn't you like to have a beer with that guy? He's like he's crazy. He's crazy. He'll do anything. Oh, I would love to hang out with that guy. Him and me, we're the same kind of crazy. I'm telling you, I'm the kind of guy that for a bet, and it doesn't even have to be a big bet, for a bet, we'll probably do anything. Well, not anything, but I mean, I will definitely, like I've done a lot of crazy stuff for bets just to do it, just because nobody thinks you'll do it, and I'll just go like, hell yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I don't care if I, just put my tongue in a rat trap. It's $100. I'll do it. Let's do it. Let's go. Especially if I got enough alcohol in me. It'll hurt later. Oh man, Remtech. Not. I don't think that would be right up her alley necessarily. But we have one in mind, though. We do have one in mind for her when the time's right. But Donkey Kong says the dude's name is Esther and he is not pro AMC, but he claims that he is. He says he's long on AMC. I don't believe so. Um, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't believe that he's long in the sense that most of us are long. Um, I mean, he very clearly stated to me in his message, his rebuttal to my when I sent him my theory on why share dilution is bad and why his data was incorrect. His response was, "Is there?" What was his response? I shouldn't misquote people. I'm going to read the exact response. Short squeeze, period. There is no short squeeze, bud. Period. There never was. Period. There's actual periods, not like he didn't spell out period. He just said short squeeze. There is no short squeeze, bud. There never was. So, he may be long on AMC, but he may not be the type of AMC ape who believes in his short squeeze. And that there are people that are out there that are like that, and it's okay. It is 100% okay to have people out there. There's all kinds of people of all shapes, sizes, forms, colors, you name it, sexes, everything, who are involved in this, who have differing opinions about what's going to happen with AMC. We do not have to agree. We don't. We don't have to agree. And that's okay. But if he wants to try to convince the community that share dilution's the way, um, then we can have a talk. We can have a talk and try to decide. I would entertain a debate with Lou Allen, but it wouldn't end up being a debate. It would probably just dissolve into shouting. It would just go to shouting. Well, I'm letting the community decide. Um, Einstein, the community can decide, and I'm willing to ask tough questions. Absolutely, I can, Bird Eye. I don't always like playing their live stuff, but I don't mind playing some of the stuff they do from the past. Um, I hope it's old. If it's old, then I'll play it. But Donkey Kong, I don't mind you calling me an ape, but don't you ever call me a silverback. Whatever you do. I hate that. I hate it when people elevate apes to higher levels than other apes. It bothers me. It really bothers me bad because none of us are better than the other. None of us, not a single one. There is no ape better than any other ape here. I promise you. Would I debate Gary Gensler? He'd eat me alive. He would eat me alive. Einstein, I know, man. I know. People talk out of both corners of their mouths. But guess what? I don't know how long ago he said that, Einstein. I've changed my opinion, and I showed you that just earlier. So it's okay to have an opinion and change it, somewhere down the road. Um, Dude, John Stewart was the only person that probably could have gone up against Gary Gensler. Because in my opinion, John Stewart's quick. He's a quick and smart guy. You can call me Old Steel. I'm not a gold ape. I'm not that either. I'm just like the rest of us. We are all equal. All right, let's check it out. Let's check out the 2-minute video from Astro. See, the problem, I think, I doubt it. Very highly doubt that I can handle Gary Gensler. There's not a chance. No, not a chance. What I will say is this, though. In regards to Astro, I just want to say this, Bird Eye. I don't always like playing other people's YouTube stuff. Since I'm not monetized, I don't feel as bad, but they are trying, there are YouTubers who are trying to make money. And I try to, I'm a musician. I'm a musician. I know, well, I don't personally know what it's like to have your music stolen or um, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't like to steal content, right? And that's sometimes I feel like I'm doing that. So I'm gonna play this, but let me just give me a second to pull it up. if he gets pissed off at me for stealing his content, I'm blaming you. Just saying. I will come back and I will say it was bird eye views fault, not mine. It's free advertisement, if anything. Yeah, kinda. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Get out of here. Why did I just click on the wrong thing? All right, here we go. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and then we'll move into our numbers for the hour.
You unlock this door with the key of fuckery. Beyond it is another crime. A crime of theft. And a crime of corruption. A crime of manipulation. You're moving into a shit show of both algorithms.
Wait a minute. Astro, come on. I just posted a video the other day with the title saying, "Do not adjust your All right, well, I don't care, whatever.
And fractals of naked shorts and synthetic shares. You've just crossed into the market zone.
Congress gives us a lot of authorities to use them, staying within the chalk lines of the law.
Laws that are oftentimes written by the very people you're trying to regulate.
No, they're written by Congress.
Written by the very people you're trying to regulate, because who do you think writes the laws for Congress on financial instruments? Realistically.
Congress.
Knowing what you
Congress know. And remarkable staff at Congress. I've worked with a lot of them.
You've been in there a long time. You're telling me that financial institutions, large financial institutions, don't lobby Congress on the writing of those regulations.
John, they absolutely
well,
lobby.
That's what I'm asking you.
They have
of course
an ability to get meetings. Oh, absolutely.
So the laws that Congress writes are manipulated and coerced.
Those are your words.
How are you going to be the... I'm like talking to a sheriff, and I'm like, the drug dealers are out there, and you're like, drug dealers, now? Come on now. Let's not be unfair to them.
John,
you're the cop.
I understand that. But you also want somebody in my role to be successful at being a cop.
Oh, my Lord.
So Congress writes the laws, we implement those laws.
Yes, Congress, lobbied by financial institutions, writes the laws.
All right, that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant, and that right there for you guys is Astro. He's brilliant. He's a brilliant kid. He's a brilliant kid too. That's so makes me happy. that was perfect. The music was great. He timed it just right. Well done. Well done. Ding dong. You knocked it out of the park, buddy. Not a bad job. That was pretty smooth. I really don't know what they are. Who asked that? Somebody asked if the red... Bill, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I don't know what that is. Let's go back in the orders. We're gonna look and see. Guys, go like that video, right? Like if you genuinely liked it, go back and like it. Shit. Give me a second. I gotta go back and like it. Give me a second here. I close it out.
Well, when does he get it?
Dang it. Why do I do stupid stuff like that? I don't remember to do that kind of stuff. Let's see here. Just give me a second. Where's the like button? There it is. He's got one for me. If you like that, go back and like it. Like don't let me steal that like away from him. Go do it, please. Like just leave now. Leave now and go give him a like, and then you can come back or you can stay there or whatever. Go like that for him. You know, he deserves the credit for that. It was good stuff. It's really good stuff. I wish I had that kind of entertaining type of tenacity or abilities. What do we got here? 12:52 is the time I gotta head back here. So there's 500,000 shares that supposedly traded hands at 12:52. Sometimes I find that it's actually off by a minute. So I'm just going to go back to 12:51 and then we're just going to watch it as it trades. So here it is right here in its entirety. We're just going to sit here and watch it travel through 12:50 to 12:50. Let's go to 12:53 and we'll just kind of watch it as it makes trades currently. Since we are trading such a low volume right now, we should be able to see it go by as it naturally trades current. And let's look for the bump. But Donkey Kong's all like, where's... I just don't do that kind of stuff. I don't know. This is why I don't push it on my channel. Just, you don't need to worry about it. Just don't, who cares? It don't mean a thing. It ain't nothing. It's like yesterday when I had to go look for the monetization spot in my channel. I was like, where the hell did this thing go? I saw it before somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is. What's this? I don't know what this is. Let's see. There's 12,475 orders right there at 12:50. Ooh. Jump way down real quick. I'm going to take my stuff off the screen here just so you guys can see better. Here's what I want to know. I want to know, how are they allowed to trade less than 100 shares on the lit market? I feel like there should be some kind of like block trade rule to where they have to trade in hundreds. Because there's too much opportunistic ability for single share values to go through and have it manipulate price. All right, it's still showing 1251s in here in the order book, guys. I'm going to take you over to the other OBL2. That way you can see the amounts here moving through the screen as they move by. The really large orders were at 1251 here. 1252 will be moving up in just a second. This way you guys can see it a little bit better. What do you mean by that? Oh, it is a dollar amount. That's exactly what it is, Anthony. Remember, it's a valuation. It's a valuation of the sum of the volume. The problem is that the formula doesn't work out. When I showed that to you earlier this morning, we looked at it. It was $6 a share. If it's a summation of the dollar amount of the value, if it's a summation of the valuation of the volume that occurred through the day, and you simply take the two numbers and divide them by each other, then you would have gotten 6.6 something dollars a share. So it doesn't work out. The math isn't right. It is definitely a dollar amount, though. That's why somebody was theorizing earlier today that it had something to do with options, which could be the case. I did not, Ryan. That is some huge news, though. Okay, guys, I don't know if you've been realizing this or not, but we've been sitting here on 1251 and some odd seconds, so there was massive amounts of trading that went through at 1251. I mean, the feed that you're seeing right now is happening real time based off of the trades that are occurring in the future. So when this is skipping down here, it's showing you how fast the stock market's currently trading, in contrast to how fast it traded back when it was 12 o'clock and 12 o'clock, 51 minutes and 21 seconds as of right now. There was a lot of orders put in here, a lot of orders that they pushed through right at that 12:51:52 period. And you can tell because it's the amount of orders that are going through here are just going by super slowly. I think we've already had like 5 minutes transpire since then worth of data, and we still haven't even moved through a full minute worth of time. Wow, Ryan, that's crazy. You didn't get to see Anthony? That's too bad, man. I talked in depth about it earlier. So right now we're getting a big candlestick here. Not necessarily a whole lot of volume, but you can see we're barely even moving. So that big red candlestick that went down was just simply just a crap ton of shares that traded all in a single minute. And you can see that the orders were varying in sizes. There's no specific rhyme or reason to any of these numbers. It was just a massive quantity of shares that they pushed through all at the same minute. It was roughly, well, according to this, it says that there was about 530,000 shares traded in that minute. That's what it appears to be, Einstein. It's definitely what it appears to be. Look how many of these orders are white. We still haven't even gotten to 12 minutes and 12 o'clock and 52 minutes. Three-day halt. That's insane. Those are trades that occur inside the bid and the ask price. So in other words, if your ask price is, well, right now you can see that price is 15.91 right here for these trades, and they're in the red. That means that these were bought at the ask price. If they're white, then that means that they were bought at a price that was in between the bid and the ask. If they're green, then they're sorry, did I say that bass backwards? I can't. I just can't right now. Okay, yeah, I think I said that. I may have said that back. Well, bid. So if they're green, they're the orders that sold or were bought at the bid price. If they're red, they're orders that were completed for the ask price, and if they're white, they're somewhere in between. Nickel. Nickel was halted for 3 days apparently, Rimtac. Shot up to 100K, and they're going to reset it down to 30K, it sounds like. Yeah, I saw a couple of 5,000s in the order as well there, Bill. But I just want you to notice the sheer volume size. Like, we've literally traded, as you're watching time kind of move on over here, realize that we're still watching the same minute. Only 10 seconds has transpired on the time and sales stamp over here since we've been watching it. It's been like 4 minutes worth of actual trading time has gone by. So, we could sit here for probably a half hour. We could sit here for a half hour watching that minute go by with all the sales. So it wasn't a large one specific order. It was many, many orders going through all at once, which leads me to believe that what Einstein is saying is correct. They batched everything. They batched everything and pushed through all at once. I'm just going to scroll up here. I'm going to try and get through this a little bit faster because I do need to cover. It's already 24 minutes after and I haven't even covered. Don't ask me what these are, guys. I'm not even sure. These, and when they're highlighted like this, I actually don't know. I really don't know. I should probably look it up. They may be incompleted orders. That would be my guess, but I don't know if that's true or not. They may have been orders that were canceled after not being filled. Let me just check and see. Highlighted red are traded below the bid price. So they're orders that were taken in underneath the bid price. If they're highlighted in green, then they're traded above the ask price. So there you go. We all learned something. Hopefully we all learned something today. There's a highlighted green right there. That means that that order was placed at a price above. So you can see how 1582 and then it jumps to 1584 and then 1582 again. So somehow an order was filled above the bid price. Don't ask me how that happens because I really don't know that part. It should have, well, I guess if there's only 200 shares left in the current bid price of 1582 at the time, then maybe, and the rest of the orders were for the next highest price, they could have started filling the other ones first and completed the order of that before the 1582s were completed, which would be my guess. See, look, here's a 1586 and a 1587. This 1587 doesn't even, yeah, that's got to be what it is. That would be my guess. FYI, we're still at 12 minutes and 52 seconds. There's a lot of information here, guys. So this was not one like big batch order, right? Not one big batch order at all. There's a 5,000 right there. It was just a bunch of shares that traded all at the same time. So, mystery solved. Let's take a look at our numbers a half hour late, shall we? Yeah, probably having an insolvent market is probably illegal. Maybe they lose their license when that happens. I don't know. It's a good question. Let me update Fidelity real quick here, and we'll start looking at our numbers a half hour late. I'm not even gonna comment what I'm laughing about. I'm just gonna say that's funny, Remtac. All right, refreshing. I forgot to look at what it was before I refreshed. Off exchange currently at 15.3 and CBOE EDGX at 14.15. Those are pretty close to the same numbers we had an hour ago. Pretty darn close. Taking a look at Ortex, they've dropped it down to there was 262,000 shares having been borrowed. Now it's down to 72,000 shares. Of course, that's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free. Whoa, big change. Okay, we must have had a new reporting of the exchange reported short interest. We do. We have a new reporting. I will include. Yep, I will include a synopsis of this. Let's see here. In just a minute when I move over to the other screen, but that's so our estimated current estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 20.67%. So there's been a drop there, dropped us down by about 0.4%, but I'll show you why that is. Our exchange reported short interest dropped by about I think 3 million. So I will show that to you in just a minute, though. Refreshing options. At a $16 strike price, as of an hour ago, there's 7.9 thousand contracts. There's now 10.7. It just made me kind of wonder if maybe what we were seeing in the volume might have been options being exercised. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price. An hour ago there was 4.8. There's now 5.4. So here's our value changing right here on Ortex. So our last reported exchange reported short interest was 104.19 million. It dropped down to 101.33 million. Now, just want to throw this out there just before everybody gets their panties in a bundle. The fact that we had short interest drop, still higher than the number back here, or just slightly lower than the 102.3 that we had when we ran up in June, which was, this has been one of the highest points we've had so far, at 107.8. So we're only at 101.3, so not bad. It just drops our short share interest of the free float a little bit, not a big deal. Let's check. Okay. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still in 29th. 60% buys to 40% sales. It works. Not great. It's the bottom of the rung. Jimmy not on the list though. Jimmy can't come out to play when his shares are tucked away. Borrowing of shares. Yes, they have. 200K. 200K. That's going to add to how much they've borrowed for the day today. 2.9 million shares borrowed for the day today, was 3.1 yesterday. The borrow fee has gone down from 0.9 to 0.8. They may have been waiting for that. 10.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 41.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR triggers at 1385. Sometimes I feel like a pilot talking about the weather before he lands. Today we'll be landing in Austin, Texas. The weather is a balmy 54 degrees out, with humidity in the high 70% range. No snow. We hope that you have a fun time flying with AMKC. You got. I feel like, I wonder, do they ever talk like that on purpose? Did they get the real deep growl voice on purpose? Did they ever go, yeah, like in their personal life, like you go to talk to me, like, hey man, how's it going? And then on the airplane, they're, today you're going to be flying at 20,000 feet. It's like they get that real low rumble going. Get off the plane, hey buddy. Get home to see their dog. How's it going, bud? I know, it makes me laugh. I don't know why. Nasdaq is up 3.43%. Dow Jones is up 2.26. S&P 500 is up 2.72. The market's lit. The market is lit with 5,546 advancers to 1,989 decliners. The VIX is down 9.19. IWM is up 2.9. Tesla is up 3.28. Amazon is up 2.27. Cinemark up 6.97. Doge is up 4.02. Bitcoin is up 8.69. GameStop is up 5.04. Hood is up 4.89. And AMC is up 4.32. There's currently a $3 million difference with more inflow than outflow. And 17.36 million shares have been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. 27.5 million shares is what kind of pace we're on for the day to day. I suggested it was going to be somewhere between 20 and 40 million on the daily interval. On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.42. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.97. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.64. Very, very high. Very above average on that 30-minute interval. It's going to need to kind of cool down a little. And in a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.7. You're welcome, Anthony. I'm sorry. I didn't give you like a time frame on where it was. I didn't know what time it was in the thing. And you're welcome. You're welcome. You had to work for that. I'm so sorry. I think we can see a squeeze coming, Dan, and that's why I look at True Demons MOASS indicators. I'm specifically looking for three things. I'm looking for utilization being over 90%. I'm looking for 1 million or more in short exempt volume for 3 consecutive days. And I'm also looking for price to be over 12% over a 3-day period of time. And volume will more than likely be starting to increase dramatically. Casey, look at the VIX. I'm on the daily. Let me look at the weekly. I mean, Amanda, I've been talking about it. Trust you me. If you look at my tweets, go check out my tweets or my retweets or whatever they're called. I just don't understand how you can have 4 ascending candles in red. That's I've coined this the what did I call it? The get to the hills, run to the hills indicator. Run for the hills. The tsunami's coming. Remtax said Dan usually indicators, but it can pop off out of nowhere. I would agree. I would agree. I just agree. I agree totally with what Remtax said. And I'll add to this, to what Doctor and Remtac just said. I'll add to this. More than likely, it will happen in either the after hours or pre-market hours while you're sleeping. Pre-market would probably be while you're sleeping, but it depends on where you live, right? If you live overseas, then perhaps it'll be while you're wide awake. Don't wake me. Enjoy the moment because as fast as it goes up, it will probably come back down as well. That'll be your kitchen. Excuse me. That'll be your kitchen sink. And then while you're watching it happen, an hour or two later, we'll all wake up and the stream will start and we'll all come on here and we'll be like, what did you guys do? How did you let it run up like that and then let it fall, kitchen sink? Just to say it, that's when you can start asking when kitchen sink. And it will. It'll run up to some insane number like $120. It'll it'll run up from like 50 or $60 up to 120 or 130, maybe even 140, and then run back down to $60. We'll all wake up and come back in here and start the stream and be like, "What'd you guys do in Europe? Why you being all frisky like that?" But that will be your kitchen sink. Look at the difference in trading in the last 1305 to 1342. So in the last 38 minutes, look how much different this looks right here. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Do you guys see this? Do you see the difference in trading since we had this downward spike in price? Both these two movements right here. Everything changed right here. Starting at 1305 moving forward, you can see there's a difference. Something looks different. It's not the same. Do you see it? Like legit, I'm asking, like, do you guys legit see the difference in the pattern trading that's happening right here versus what's happened the rest of the day? If you don't see it, don't say you do. I legit want you to acknowledge that you either see it or you don't see it. Absolutely, Dan. White House already saying expect high inflation numbers tomorrow. So I knew there was going to be a small dip in the VIX prior to it launching. That's been very common from the past, and so I've kind of been expecting to see what's happening right now in that. You can almost guarantee yourself that if that's the case, if we have high inflation numbers tomorrow, guess what? My goodness. Volume is 116. It's not even that much volume in contrast. I mean, like I'd like to see over 250. We're trading this upwards like this on low volume. Okay, Bollinger Bands, Dan. Let's talk about them. This is a great moment to talk about Bollinger Bands. And what I'm going to tell you is, first off, I have my Bollinger Bands set up differently than standard set Bollinger Bands. If you have Bollinger Bands on your brokerage or anywhere really, if you download it, it's going to look more like this. This is what standard setup is. And essentially what you have is the blue line that I have down the middle here is your simple moving average. So it's basically taking the total price of a certain period of time. I believe it's 20 periods, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 20 period simple moving average. So it's taking a simple moving average of the last 20-minute periods and drawing a line where the blue line is. The upper and lower bands are a sigma off of a 2 sigma off of the which is 2 standard deviations off of the simple moving average in either direction. So it's a tolerance. Look at it as like a tolerance of confidence of how much of your data should be within that target range based off of volatility. So whenever you have I'm having a hard time speaking while it's moving up like this. Whenever you have huge amounts of volatility where the price is moving up outside of the bands, then typically speaking, your data is out of control, right? And you're seeing abnormal price fluctuation compared to where the volatility is in the market. So what does that mean? That means that you're going to see a correction at some point. You're going to see a correction, and usually it likes to correct down to the simple moving average. And then either touch off of it and start heading back up again, or you'll see it correct by going through the simple moving average and then back in the other or down the other direction to account for the extreme volatility that was outside of your defined parameters. Now, I, having worked in the engineering field for many, many years, prefer to see 3 sigmas, and the reason I say that is because I'm going to get this wrong. I always get it wrong. 99.7% of your data is supposed to be within the 3 sigma, meaning it's really easy to tell when you have an outlier. An outlier being data that's outside of your 3 sigma band. So, since I changed mine to a 3 sigma, anytime we see data outside these lines, especially repeated points of data like this, very abnormal price movement, extremely abnormal. There's going to be a correction off this. This kind of movement in here, very healthy because it's not touching the Bollinger Bands. It's just moving, it's trading within the normal volatility of the market. 99.7% of your data should look like this. And when it doesn't, you have to have a correction. See how this one touched off the top? Well, it didn't quite touch the top Bollinger Band here, but a lot of the data, two data points or maybe even 3 data points were probably outside of a 2 sigma, so you had a correction, a really hard correction. And then you had 2 data points outside the 3 sigma on the bottom side, so you had a correction back to the middle, and that's what the Bollinger Bands basically do. Let me tell you something real quick, doctor. Just and I'm just trying to I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything, but well, that's not the word I want to use. I want you to understand what it feels like for me to get done with a 9-hour stream. There are times when I get done with this 9-hour stream where I go and I pass out for like 2 or 3 hours. It's way harder than you could possibly imagine to do a 9-hour stream. Having said that, when I don't pass out for 2 or 3 hours, my brain is mush for almost the rest of the night. So the things that I have to say and the matter in which I speak is completely distorted from what you get to see during the 9 hours where I am streaming. So I feel like a fool, to be very honest and frank. And I feel very uncomfortable a lot of times on space calls talking because I know I'm scatterbrained and I can't form cohesive sentences. I have a hard enough time forming cohesive sentences for you guys on a 9-hour stream, let alone trying to do it afterwards. And I hate going in front of people and trying to talk when I feel like that. So I would probably just love to listen. I love to listen. I'd much rather listen than speak because I feel like I get more from listening than I do from just talking. So I would probably just go and listen. But you said 9? What time did you say? What did you say? Did you say 9 o'clock? I've been in the red for so long I don't even go into my fidelity anymore. I don't blame you, Space Ape. Did you say 9 o'clock tonight or 8? And what time zone? There's no way I could snort anything, doctor. I just couldn't do it. Remtax like, take the damn marbles out of your mouth, Casey. You're just talking in circles. Yeah, I can move it closer. Well, Björk, you know, I will be the first one here to tell you that I do not agree with the dilution at all. So my point on bringing him onto the show is not to sit here and convince you guys of share dilution. That's really not why I would be doing it. I want you to hear differing opinions because I'm not always right. I'm not. And if somebody can convince me that there's something else out there, why not hear it? I'm not for it. I'm 100% against it. I've been against it since the very first time they announced 500 million share dilution back in May, or it was before that even. It was March. I'm strictly against it. I know what it does. I know I know what dilution does. Look at what it does to our economy. What does dilution do to our economy? And you know what dilution is. Dilution is the printing of money. What does that do? Tell me how dilution of the American dollar has helped us. Who gets to foot the bill when there is dilution in the American economy? Inflation, Dan. Yes. Not the type of inflation we're looking for our balloon, right? It's expansion. It's expansion of the dollar. And the American dollar, and that means that it comes off the back of the American people. Yes, us, not me. Not me, it's us. It comes off the back of us. Yes, dilution equals devaluation. Yes. It's simple economics. It's very, very simple economics. Could it cause price to move up? Absolutely. Look at home prices. Look at home prices in the US. Have they gone up? 100%. But guess what? I had a house valued at $320,000 in Phoenix, Arizona in 2008. And when the market crashed, when the inflation went away, guess how much do you think that house was worth then? It dropped down to like 120 or 140,000. No, I think it was $120,000. It was more than half. More than half. AMC did share dilution of 50 million shares. 50 million in June of this last year. What's the valuation of where we're at right now versus where we're at 70 something dollars? They are shorting the VIX to keep some entity viable. More than likely, Einstein, but it's going to fail. I have not seen that video, Chris. You have to understand, guys, that 65% of you want me to do the interview, or at least offer an interview to Esther. 35% of you don't. 1/3 of you is not going to appreciate the fact that I'm going to do this, and I understand that, but I would encourage you to keep an open mind. And you don't have to watch. You don't. I'm here to make history. You don't have to be a part of it. You can still be a shareholder and not watch this show. And if you just don't want to hear it, don't listen. Don't listen. If you're quite confident in how you feel about share dilution, you don't have to listen. Don't watch it. I encourage you not to watch it if that's how you feel. Isn't this so much better? Wouldn't you guys appreciate it more if Lou says, I'm going to tell you a tinfoil hat theory I have. If you don't want to hear this, and you should probably just stop listening right now. I would be like, okay, I'll watch you from now on, Lou. Oh, wait, hold on, let me turn you off. Just get the entertainment part, you know, you don't want the rest of the other stuff, and you're like, oh, you're gonna say something I don't like? Okay, I'll just turn this off. Ooh, Anthony. I know where you're going with that, and ooh, you were hunting down a very dangerous path, but it's not wrong. It's not a wrong path, but it's a very dangerous path, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you the dangers to what it is you're talking about. Now you're talking about collusion, right? When a whole group of people decide to do something at one time to manipulate the market, that's in a sense collusion. So be very careful about what you're suggesting. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong, but the effect of everybody selling a single share on the same day could be monstrous. But that's, again, I almost have to go put on my tinfoil hat here. That's a tinfoil hat theory of mine, and we're not going to go down that road. And why? We don't want to start going down that road. We do not want to be labeled with market manipulation, period. So be very, very careful about what you say. I love the theory, but you got to be really careful. No, it could be worse. You could have an investigation. You could have an investigation into market manipulation, and then have the stock delisted. There's a lot of worse things that could happen. Trust me, guys. I'm not in a disagreement with you. I definitely hear your pain. I hear your suffering here. I get it. I'm with you. But we have to hold the higher ground. We have to. We have to because we're playing in somebody else's ballpark, and we play by their rules, not our rules. You heard Gary Gensler say it. They get to make the rules. He enforces them. This is not our backyard. Mm-hmm. You're right again, Anthony. You're right again. Get off our lawn. Remtac, I'm telling you, man, when we have beers, it's gonna be fun. We have good humor. All right, it's time. I just have a speech impediment, Bjork. Thanks. Backyard. Yard. I don't know. Backyard. 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 I don't know how to say it. Now you got me questioning how I say backyard. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here in just a second. I got to refresh Fidelity. Backyard. Thanks for making fun of my speech impediment. I'm teasing. All right, let's move. Well, I'm not teasing, but I'm teasing. Taking you guys to the other page here. Let me move a couple screens over. I am baking in my jacket now because I turned up the heat. Off exchange 50.3 and 14.15 is now 49.97 and 14.54. A lot of price discovery going into the ETFs, not so much in the off exchange. $72,000 shares having been borrowed has been increased to 124. That's going to put our new estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.67%. Call options at a $16 strike price. An hour ago, there was 10.7 thousand contracts. There's now 11.7. And on the puts, at a $15 strike price, an hour ago, there was 5.4. There's now 5.8. They're still suggesting a closing price between 15 and 16. They. Who is they? Reminds me of that Faith No More song. What is it? You say, what is it? Who is they? That should have been their next song. Their next hit single should have been, instead of what is it, it should have been who is they? Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC moving up a spot from 29th to 28th with a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio. Let's see if Jimmy made it up on the list yet. Nope, Jimmy can't come out to play. His shares are locked away. Shares borrowed in the last hour. 50,000. 2.95 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's 150,000 less than yesterday, which was 3.1. Borrow fee had dropped down from 0.9 to 0.8. Did I count? I don't think I counted that earlier. Yeah. I may have just accidentally counted another 50,000 I shouldn't have. I'm not sure. Or I didn't count it earlier. I'm not sure which. 10.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 41.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR would have triggered at 1385 today. Batman. NASDAQ is up 3.46, Dow Jones is up 2.17, and the S&P 500 is up 2.72. The market is currently advancing over declining with 5,459 advancers to 2,090 decliners. The VIX is down 7.37, IWM is up 2.72, Tesla is up 3.64, Amazon is up 2.14, Cinemark up 6.78, Doge is up 3.93, Bitcoin is up 8.59, GME is up 5.08, Hood is up 4.55, and AMC is up 4.81. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have more inflow by 3 million, 3.7 million to be exact, and 19 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. $30.2 or 30.1 million shares traded is the pace that we're on for the day today. I suggested between 20 and 40. Looks like we're going to come just slightly underneath those two values, the middle range of those two values. On the daily. By the way, guys, Having a green day on a Wednesday is a 1 in 5 chance. Just saying. And I think that might have been 2 green days weeks in a row on Wednesdays. I think there was a green day on Wednesday last week, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and check, but actually I'm going to do that. Last Wednesday was the 2nd, and price over price. Yep, it was. On the daily interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.56. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.92. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than equal amounts of buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 66.66. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.97. Right now we have a colon formation. It's pinching off every once in a while. Super, super low volatility. Where's it going to go? Let's get rid of the Bollinger Band here for just a second. Again, the number we need to break through is 1653 for us to be seeing new highs or start recording new highs. I did put this line, this bottom side of this wedge right here. Let's see. If we leave that and just move this one. I think we're gonna. I think there might be a strong possibility that we just kind of trade up this and maybe close out the day right around like 1620 maybe. Nice trend. It means neither, Björk. It just means that volatility is not it's not very, there's not a whole lot of volatility occurring. It just means more of a chance for the price to be manipulated easily. Typically speaking, whichever way it breaks out first is the opposite of which way it's going to go, because it usually hits the Bollinger Band first and then has a hard retracement back the other direction. Nosa is asking, is that the X that marks the spot? Not sure what you're talking about, but no. Zoom out, both blue lines cross shaping an X. To the day. Like here, this one. Eh, it's my joke. It's probably too soon. I actually kind of like Colin Powell. My mom says he wasn't that great of a guy, but um, I'm kind of a fan of Colin Powell, and anyways, I probably just don't know history well enough to know. But so I feel like this is kind of disrespectful, but I just think it's kind of funny to have a name that says colon. I just think of a colon. So so I call this the colon Powell because it looks like an intestine. The Bollinger Bands looks like an intestine. So, but I actually really was a Colin Powell fan. So I actually my mom, some of you guys will probably be like, no, why would you say this? Why in the world would you say this? But I kind of would have rather seen him run for president than some other people, but that's just me. Actually, who I really want to see run for president is Condoleezza Rice. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. I think she could do a great job. And I don't know what's stopping her. I really don't know what's stopping Condoleezza Rice from running for president, but she really should do it. I wish I wish she would do it. I wish she would take that have that courageous step. If you even know about her history and how well educated she is, she is so smart. He wasn't really that much of a supporter after he left the Bush administration, just saying. I can't wait to see it. Nikki Haley? Let me look and see who that is. I think I know who that is, but I'm not sure. Former governor of South Carolina. Was she the one? What was that? Was she the one that was? I don't want to get political. I don't want to get political. I don't know her that well. Um, I have nothing to say about her, honestly. I really just don't know her. Ooh, Candace Owens is a name that I recognize more. Let me look that one up. I'm more of a face person. Oh, yes, I know who Candace Owens is. So here's the deal with Candace Owens. Great at debating, might not necessarily be great at policy making. She can definitely hold her own in a debate, though. That's the thing. When you're a good debater, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're great at everything else. She can definitely hold her own in a debate, though. That's for sure. I think a lot of times people confuse debating skills with policy making skills, um, and they're not the same. Well, Boris, I'm just going to tell you right now, my mom doesn't agree with me at all. So The problem is that you see a lot of figureheads or politicians or whatever you want to call them on TV, but that's about your only exposure to them that you know of. You don't really know what it is that they're really like in true life. You don't know what they're like, how they really feel about certain issues until they're outside of um, a administration. And so how they may actually run the country versus how they seem to be presented in certain scenarios are two totally different things. And so, while I like Colin Powell, if he had ran for president or something like that, I may have not liked him. So, it really kind of like, I think, I don't know. I, I don't even know how we fully inform ourselves as voters anymore because we're fed information. Which, what? They might be Remtech. So here's the thing, Donkey Kong. I actually would have voted for Bernie when he was running against Hillary. When he ran against Hillary, not this last election, I think it was the previous election to that one, the one that Trump won, I would have voted for Bernie. However, when I found out what he did, I lost complete respect for Bernie. He went into the general caucus and handed Hillary Clinton the win without a vote. Who does that? Who doesn't let the American public choose who they want? My understanding is, I don't know if this is true or not, but my understanding is that he was threatened that he would be politically destroyed if he didn't hand Hillary Clinton the win. And he folded. I cannot vote for somebody like that. I can't. So when it came around to time two, I said, nope, not Bernie. Not this time. You don't just hand away something like that when the American people want you. I need somebody with a spine. Ryan, I was doing something a long time ago with my kids. They had a puzzle. They had a puzzle that had, I think at the time it was like all the presidents up to Clinton, I think is what it was. No, it wasn't Clinton. It was all the way up to Bush Senior. Mm, Yeah, no, wait, I don't remember. I think it might have been all the way up to Clinton. Anyways, long story short, let me try to wrap this up here because I got to go to break. It was like one of those wood boards where you take the pieces of wood and you put them into their certain spots where they fit, and they're kind of like the states map where you flip them all out and you can kind of put the states back in the right spots. Well, you had to put the presidents and match the presidents up into the spots where they're supposed to go on the wooden board. But I did a really fun thing because it had statistics on each one of the presidents, and it had the year that they went into office and the year that they were born. And so I went through and all those presidents in that time span, I put them all into categories based on age, and then I had them all timelined out, where the youngest president was on the left-hand side, the oldest presidents were on the right-hand side. I think Ronald Reagan might have been the oldest president at the time when I had done that. But I'll tell you what, stark difference between the lower half and the top half. From my historical knowledge of the past, I would say that the top half or the older portion of presidents were the better, more identifiable presidents of the United States of America. and the lower half had some good ones in it. JFK, whatever, you know, there were some good ones. I'm not saying there wasn't good ones in there, but the majority of them were the people who were older, which I thought was very, very interesting. Super interesting. Who'd have guessed? I didn't know. I kind of have this feeling that I want a younger president, but you don't necessarily always get great presidents when they're younger. Anyways, I wasn't trying to create any political division here on the channel. Oh yeah, and that was the other part too. Besides telling Bernie Sanders that they were going to destroy his political career, you know, I'm sure they would have offered him some kind of like position in the staff had he stepped aside, I'm sure. So, I don't know, man. When you're running for president, you go for the full gusto. And you don't quit. You don't ever quit. You just keep going. No matter how bad it looks. You run the whole time. Just my opinion. Unless the people say no. Then you're done. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. Let me put up. That was not meant to be a dig. It sounded. Now that I think about it, it sounded like a dig. I wasn't trying to make a dig there. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you back here at 2. Good evening. Good evening. I am back. Oh, my mom's sending me hints for Wordle, and it's like I don't want hints. Can't read her text now. Let's see here. If you guys like fun games, you should check out Wordle. It's I think by the New York Post or New York Times or something like that. You can just type Wordle. Actually, maybe I should just show you guys. Well, if I show you, then I give the answer away. I don't want to do that. It's kind of fun. I don't get anything out of this. It would just be fun to show you guys. Let's see here. Well, I'll just say check it out. It's a fun game. It doesn't cost you anything to play. It's like totally free. Just every single day there's a new word that you have to try and guess, and it's kind of fun. It's entertaining. I like that it's only one word every single day because it's so fun that I would probably get tied up trying multiple puzzles every single day, but you're limited to once per day. Let's see here. And I haven't done today's word, so don't you guys even start with me. Don't you do it. Don't tell me. Let's get this beer open here. I haven't decided what to toast to today. Not that that's very unusual. I have a lot of bottle caps stacking up over here. Looks like we're falling out of this this wedge that I've got going on here. It's a pretty big daily wedge. Price rising, volume dropping. It's bearish. Let's see how far down they take it. What to toast to? Sammy, how's it going, man? What was I gonna say? I know. Because of the posts. Because you guys voted the way that you did. I'm gonna end the poll. And here's what we're gonna toast to. One of my favorite sayings. A disagreement is not a problem. It's an opportunity for somebody to learn. Cheers. I have no idea who said it. I really wish I knew. Crazy Pepe is waiting for me to go squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze. Cheers. Share dilution theorist. So you won't see it on Twitter, Badback. That's why. I didn't appreciate what you said, man. I'll unblock you, but I just didn't appreciate what you said that day. I don't know. I kind of what you said that one day just kind of really set me off. I'm over it now. I'll unblock you. I don't even know how to do that though. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm doing it right now, just so you can see. I'm assuming this is going to be under like profile or something that I have to look this up. I'm not sure how to do this. This is where I look stupid. It's got to be under settings. Settings and privacy, maybe. You can monetize in Twitter? That's dumb. My wife laughed at that. She thought that was funny. It's so dumb. What do you think? You're gonna monetize what you're saying? I mean, that's retarded. No, yep, I can't say the R word anymore. It's just dumb. Blocked accounts. There we go. I found it. Bad Back blocked me as well. All right, I'm unblocking you, Bad Back. You're now. I'm not following you though. I'm not following you, but you're unblocked. I just figured it out. But so they can advertise on my account. Wait. What? I'm missing. Okay, so let me read through what you guys said here so I understand. He's gonna do it again and whine. It felt like an indictment on me though, Bad Back, and that's why I took it personally. It really felt like it was directed directly at me, and so I just didn't appreciate it. I'm over it now. I'm over it. I unblocked you. Uh, you're still here. You're still here. I unblocked you. So what was the poll percentage again here? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. 67% of you wanted it. 32% didn't. That means one third of you did not want this. And I understand that. And I would encourage you guys that if this interview goes through when I ask, I would encourage you to just not watch. Don't show up. If you don't want to see it, don't show up. I'll let you know when it is, but you don't have to entertain watching it if it bothers you. And I won't feel upset in any kind of way. Do you think June will be the next price action? You're gonna stick me to dates, Dennis? 2 weeks. I gotta say it, Dennis. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you really want to stick me to numbers, we could start doing that. I can start being wrong, and then y'all can hate me if that's what you really want. It made me laugh for sure, Bad Back. When I saw that you had blocked me, I was like, I hadn't seen it until just now, and it made me laugh. I mean, I can start throwing out dates. I really trust me. Trust me. I could start throwing out dates. But y'all just gonna end up hating me. I just don't see the point. All right, taking you guys to the other page. This is the last review of the numbers real quick here. I cannot see what you're saying until I'm done with this portion of the run through on our numbers. But real quick, Bad Back, yes, if you go look, there's a tweet that I posted to Esther, who is suggesting that share dilution is the way to go in order to create a leg up in price. They're not suggesting that it's going to create MOASS. They're suggesting that it'll create a. This is the funny part. It's going to create a Tesla type squeeze, which I think is really hilarious because the post that I responded with, they've said that they don't believe in a squeeze. So it's like, why would you suggest something that's not going to cause something to happen? Because you don't believe in it. It's I don't know. I don't even want to get into the irony of the things that are being said, but let's move into the numbers here. Off exchange currently reporting 49.94. Again, that's about 4 or 5% lower than what we've been averaging for like the last month. And I know the 30-day average is low, but that's only because we've been averaging lower and lower and lower. The CBOE EDGX is at 14.44, which is much, much higher than the 30-day average. So do they, let's see, 950, 1.2, they almost average out. Like if you take the excess in the EDGX and add it to the off exchange, both of the numbers would probably be really darn close to the 30-day average. So what does that tell me? A lot of price discovery being hidden into the ETFs right now. A lot more than usual. Wow. Shares borrowed an hour ago was 124,000. It's jumped up to 493, back up to where we almost started at the beginning of the day, which puts us at an estimated current short share interest of the free float at 20.7%. Looking at the options, at a $16 strike price, an hour ago there was 11.7 thousand contracts. There's now 13. On the put side of things here, at a $15 strike price, an hour ago there was 5.8 thousand contracts, and now there's 7. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume, and a $1 difference in strike price, suggesting for a closing price somewhere between 15 and 16 today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was in 28th an hour ago and has moved up to 25th. So even though our buy to sell ratio is kind of crap right now at 58 to 42, we still managed to move up the list on volume by orders. GME not up here. Jimmy can't come out to play when his shares are locked away. What the heck is this? Oh, some kind of stock research or something. Must have accidentally clicked on something. Let's see here. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they may have borrowed some more shares. Yep, they sure did. Wow. For the end of the day, this is a lot of share borrowing. 400,000 shares at the end of the day is a lot. They don't normally borrow this much. That's going to put us at 2.35. Is that right? Yeah, 3.35 million shares borrowed for the day today. That exceeds yesterday's value of 3.1. And that's high. 6.4 thousand contracts is in the money on the calls. Actually, that's not higher than our, I just want to go back to that. 3.35 is actually lower than what I would suggest is a normal amount. We're used to seeing 4.5 million shares borrowed in a single day. So 3.35 is a million less than average, but it's higher than what we have been averaging lately. 6.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 37.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Our out of the money calls has risen, I don't know, arised to 100, has grown to 123,000 contracts. When we started out the week, I think at like 60, so it's doubled. It's doubled. I know it's not all retail. SSR would have triggered at 1385 today. The Nasdaq is up 3.77, Dow Jones is up 2.37, and the S&P 500 is up 2.95. We have more. The market is lit right now with 5,590 advancers to 1,972 decliners. The VIX is down 9.08. The IWM is up 3.1. Tesla is up 4.03. Amazon is up 2.72. Cinemark up 4.99. Doge is up 3.44. Bitcoin up 8.74. GameStop up 3.23. Hood up 4.26. And AMC is up 3.63%. We currently have just slightly more outflow than inflow after most of the day today being more inflow by about $200,000. $200,000 more of outflow. We're in my range of 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today, but we still have another 42 minutes left to trade. So we're looking at a rate around about 24.5 million shares traded for the day today. Low, very low. How low can you go? On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.59. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.45. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.32. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.06. Really what it looks like to me is we're having a little bit of a cool-off period from the run that we've had for most of the day today, as you can see. You can see here we've gone up this ascending wedge quite nicely and finally getting a little bit of a cool-off period. If we zoom back out to the hour and then kind of zoom in here on where we're at, nice little flagpole action. A nice bump up here. So, and we've seen a couple of these, right? Here's one here. Here's another one. Here's another one. How many of these are going to get in a row? And is there a trend? Is there a trend here? Looks like there might be a little bit of wedge being created. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Let's entertain it. I'm going to get rid of the daily wedge, get rid of the ascending parallel channel that we're on here. And let's see if we can't figure out where this thing's going to head to here. It's pretty steep. Let me zoom out just a tad bit more. You think we'll crawl right up this line and potentially test this? Where would this put us? If we were to crawl right up the end of the line, it would put us at close at 1682. And then a potential breakout into Friday just above 1750. I'm going to leave it just like this. We might be crawling up this line here. It's annoying. There we go. So it looks like we may have found support at $15.86. Dennis, I'm going to say, here's what I'll say to you. Sometimes it's good to step away. Now, I don't see you in here commenting a whole lot, so my guess is that you're not like really like heavily watching a lot. Like I would assume that you're probably you're not really like heavily watching constantly, maybe. But if you need to, man, take a step back, set up some price alerts. You know, $100 for AMC. because you know you're not selling under that. More than likely, I would guess. You know you're probably going to hold higher than 100. Set them up. Walk away. Don't think about this for about a week. Doctor's orders. Just enjoy some time. Live life. When you come back, you'll feel better. Meat Jacket is asking, does 100% utilization actually mean anything at all? You know, I talked a little bit about this a little bit earlier today, Meat Jacket, but I have every morning when I talk about Ortex data, something that I used to do every single day was I would calculate using the amount of utilization and the shares on loan to figure out how many shares were available to loan. I stopped doing it on 2/8 when we hit 100%. Why? Well, anytime you take on loan amount and you try to figure out how many shares are available when you're at 100% utilization, the formula will always net you 0. That's how it works. If you're at 100% utilization, there should be no more shares left. What I will tell you is that when I stopped tracking this data, there was 148.4 million shares left to borrow. Now, why is that important? Because currently we're sitting at 128 million shares on loan, which is approximately 20 million shares shy of the 148 that was available to loan just before we started getting reported 100% utilization. Now, also note that it can't report over 100%. There's no way. It's just, it can't. The securities lending volume that we saw a spike of on February 7th was 70 million shares. At that time, I want to say that there was about 26 to 30 million shares available left to borrow. So you tack on the security lending volume on top of which was 70 million plus 30 million. It's like 100 million shares. How much of that have we burned through? Let me give you a number. On loan amount on that day was 121, and we're at 128 now. So we've only burned through about 7 million shares since the 8th of last month. So there might still be quite a bit out there. There's not quite. There's probably a lot. Like I've said, the kitchen sink is still out there. And so people ask me all the time, you know, is this the kitchen sink every time the price starts even remotely heading down? And I go, no, this is not the kitchen sink. You'll know what the kitchen sink is, and when it hits, it'll hit like a ton of bricks. You're welcome, Dennis. You're absolutely welcome. Yeah. But Donkey Kong, you're welcome. Oh, Bad Back, that was hilarious. I heard about that. I heard about it. That was hilarious. You know, Ryan Cohen's a smart guy. He is a smart guy. I think it's funny. I think it's incredibly funny that that they didn't respond right away. I think that's kind of funny too. Yishin, that's what's been reported. That's what's been reported so far. And what do we know about AMC, or what do we know about what they're willing to do from the past? I hmm, I don't know. I feel like there's probably a difference between commodities and stock uh, ETFs. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some differences or some rules that are out there, but I don't know what they are off the top of my head. But if I had to guess that, if there is a run in the market on commodities versus ETFs, let me just make sure. Let me make sure I'm not talking out of my rear here. Hold on a second. Oh, sorry, not ETFs. ETN. Sorry, I think I said it wrong. ETN. Wait, hold on a second. No, that's not right. Not an ETN. What are they called? What's the word I'm looking for? Hmm. I don't know. There may be no difference whatsoever between. I think maybe I had it right in the first place. So like an ETF and then like a commodities. Commodities can actually be ETFs. So um, and currencies. So hmm. I don't know. I don't know if there's different rules or not. Let me check one more thing. I quite frankly have never traded an ETF that had commodities listed in them ever in my entire life. Securities and commodities. Um, so this is going to require some reading. So what I'm trying to figure out is a general security different traded differently than a or have different rules for trading for commodities? And my guess is it would make sense to me that there would be. There's another major difference between the two. Securities and commodities operate under different laws and are regulated by different agencies. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission regulates securities under the Securities Act of 1933. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which is the CFTC, regulates commodity markets under the Commodity Exchange Act of 1936. Securities and commodities are governed by different statutes, regulated by different agencies, and operate in different markets. This difference affects buyers, sellers, and investors. It can also make a difference should you need an attorney. FYI. So, without diving into the Exchange Act of 1936, I'm going to say that there's probably some rules that allow them to reset commodity futures. Well, not just futures, but just regular commodity trading based off of runaway markets. I would imagine that's probably the case. And it does seem to make a little bit of sense to me as well. Just because you wouldn't want. Wow, that's really diving down like a huge rabbit hole. You wouldn't want certain commodities to outweigh others, or you would have serious devaluation of the entire market, if that makes sense. But that could be like a huge rabbit hole to dive down and trying to discover what the rules are. I'm sure you probably look it up. I'm sure there's a rule out there for halting of trading of commodities, and you could probably search that out pretty quickly. Level 1 market decline. So I only see rules on declines. All right, so if you're really, really curious and you really, really, really want to know, and I'm not going to go reading through this right now, this might hold the answers for you. There you go. That may hold the answers for you. It's the Securities and Exchange Commission final rule on cash settlement and regulatory halt regulations for securities futures products. Now that's just for the futures, but there might be something in there that might help to understand like what kind of trading halts they could have. And as far as resets go, there might be something in there. I'm kind of looking through the index here. Yeah, totally different marks. Bad back, you're right. I don't see anything specifically in here. I do see topics on trading halts, but not resets. Let me see, Sandy. I mean, it is breaking this line here, so perhaps not. I think you have a legitimate breakout. It happens. We never broke 1653. Finding new lows without breaking a 15% gain after finding a new low is completely part of the game plan. Oh boy. My wife sent me a picture of my brother, apparently. Hold on a second. I'll show you. My brother is going to be offended. It's not really a picture of my brother. That's not what she she didn't send me a picture of my brother. She sent me a picture of somebody that I look like, is what she actually said. How did she state it? She says this person's now my twin. Let me show you guys. Really, I think I'm much sexier. Oh, she hit me with the hard one, guys. She hit me with the hard one. I said, I think I'm much better looking. And she goes, less funnier. Oh man, I got crucified on that one. Here we go. You ready? What do you guys think? Who does the beard better? Jim Carrey or me? I think it's better. I think mine's better. I like it better. I think he looks a little more homeless. I will agree. I'm way less funny than Jim Carrey. Way, way less funny. Oh, AP says, AP, I'm reading what you're saying, man. I hope I hope the community is treating you with right today because I know the market isn't. Yeah, that's all right. I kind of expected this dip to come. Oh, I should say the rip. The rip before the dip. No, Duncan, I don't like it. I mean, I think it looks good. I think it looks good. I, I might be growing a little fond of it, but it's just because I will miss I will miss stroking the beard. I will miss it. There's something satisfying about just kind of being able to stroke the beard. Sandy, how much dip? Just enough to get us out to the end of the day. I don't expect to see too much more as of today. Now, as far as tomorrow goes, totally different story. Let me give you a percentage. I will give you a percentage on this. This is pretty nasty. Pretty nasty percentage here. Whenever we have a green Wednesday, we have the lowest chances of having a green Thursday. So if we finish out in the positive today, we have like a 13% chance of having green on a Thursday. I can't keep the beard. Moses. Duncan, it's good to see you, man. How you hanging in there? You can just give a thumbs up or a thumbs down or just not say anything and then I'll just think it's neutral. So while I was on break, I saw some interesting information. Don't know how much truth there is in it. Let me see if I can find it again real quick. I really wish I could remember what that guy's name is. AP, if you're still listening, do you remember the name of that guy that we were reading one of his posts on Twitter, and that's when we went to go look at the VIX? Do you remember who that was? Actually, let me look. I think I know how to find this. 1 second. Hmm. No. Hmm. Well, it was talking about a bank, a Russian bank, and all of its vaults were in a different location and untouchable. I really need to have a sketchbook where I can write this stuff down. Oh, I know where it would be. It's under tweets and replies, I bet. Yeesh. That's rough to go through. I gotta find this, guys. I'm ultra obsessing over this. I'm not gonna find it. That's so frustrating. I give up. Anyways, moving on. I'm gonna write, since I'm doing this live, I'm gonna write this right now. Yeah, no, it's not gonna be there. It's not gonna be the AP. I just wish I could remember the name of the guy. I want to say it starts with an E or something like that. I know if I go into Twitter and I start typing it in, uh, it should. It does pop up. Oh, here it is. Nazim Elko. It was his last name is Elko Omos. He posted something here. I'm pretty sure it was this. I'm sure it was pretty. Watch. It won't even be this guy. It'll be somebody else completely. 4 hours ago. I can't find it. It may have been somebody else entirely. Nazim Elkamos. I thought it was him, but I'm not seeing what it was I was looking for. Yeah, they had said something about a bank in Russia, um, and their vaults were all in like a different country or something. I'm not seeing it. I give up. Yes, I think so, Einstein. We are seeing volume exhaustion, and that's one of the first signs where you have an illiquid market. So the volume will creep down to a very low amount before popping off. It's hard to say how much that amount's going to be. If we take a look at past history, let me do that. Normally, it's in the range of like 50 to 100 million, but there has been once where we were down to like 43 million, 47. This is probably one of the lowest volume points on where how I kind of like the portion of a cycle that we're normally in. This is probably one of the more lower volume exhaustions that we've seen since ever. Very poor, Dennis. Very, very poorly. Non-existent. To be honest. I mean, we're still up 2%, guys. When you look at some of the other stocks in here, IWM's up 2.75, which I would expect us to see us be higher. Tesla's up 4. Amazon's only up 2 point. Actually, Amazon's up exactly how much we are. GameStop's up as much as we are, and they're actually getting a run right now that's larger than us, so we might have a little bit of a run here towards the end. I mean, 2%'s not bad. It's not bad. It's not great. I know it's 30 cents, 32 cents. You're like, yay, but it's still a green Wednesday. It doesn't happen very often. We only have a 1 in 5 chance. We have a 1 in 5 chance of having green Wednesdays. So it just happens to mean that we're going to have a worse Thursday, because typically green Wednesdays lead to red Thursdays. It's just another day, guys. It's just another day. Be ready for it. It's the same thing. Nothing changes. If they run it down too far, Einstein, then they run the risk of major buying, and they don't want to do that. So what do? They stall it out. They stall it out at certain ranges, and then they run it down another 20%, stall it out, let it sit there, cook for a while, let everybody kind of become accustomed to the new price range, run it down again, 20%. But every time in between one of those 20%ers that they run it down, they have to raise the price back up some. So, it's something over 15%. So you have, this is all costing them. It's costing them a lot of money to be able to do this. But part of it is also in the derivatives. I think that what you're going to see is that before the end of the week, we'll probably close somewhere between $17 and $18. It's just it's a hunch. I'm guessing somewhere between $17 and $18 before the end of the week. So we may have a down day tomorrow, but I have a feeling towards the end of the day on Friday, it'll recover some. CPI numbers come out tomorrow, hence another great reason that Crazy Pepe is bringing up here. You'll see, downwards pressure movement on a day where you have bad news, right? The market's already going to be suffering from bad news, so they'll short us extra hard on that day. Hence, probably the reason why we saw a little bit of an update today, right? Like they're saving up for the battle for tomorrow. Beat up some kids. I choked on my spit. You got to beat up kids on the internet, JP. On the internet. You don't beat them up in real life. Oh, man. Very possibly, MCon, very, very possibly. Bondaro, I'm glad to see you're doing okay. Oh, it is that time. You know what time of the day it is, don't you? The way I said that. Oh, darn. I used to golf with some guys that would laugh because every time they'd hit a bad shot, I'd be like, oh, that's so rough. Not very sincere, is it? Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is a new day. Get your mind in the right place. Don't beat up kids in real life. You beat them up on the internet. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, spend time with your kids. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Transmission